Hi friends, so I'm with Dede River. My name's Trish Roberts and you're watching Faint Signals from Vega, and we were going to talk about a video by Max Blumenthal on his Rockfin channel, and I just want to firstly, before we start properly talking, just check oh yeah, there's okay levels there. Let us know if you feel like the levels should be a bit uh, should be increased. That'd be really great if somebody in the chat would do that. So anyway, and if Dede and our levels are kind of similar,
Roughly
so that
equal.
we can, you're not hearing somebody blaring out and the other person's very soft. So that'd be great if someone could just let us know when you turn up, if you turn up. But anyway, we're going to talk about this. And so I was watching Max Blumenthal's channel on Rockfin. He started a channel just recently, and there was some sort of mixed messages he was putting out about about COVID and about vaccines and the like. And we thought that we would pass a few excerpts of his video and just discuss some of it and look at the science. And Dede is she's of the many hats that she wears, she's a biologist, and so she can sort of lend some
and
light.
I've got a master's in health science.
And a master's in health science, so she can shed some light on some of the things that Max was saying, some of the things that were sort of like kind of a bit dodgy, to be honest, that he was saying. And so also we also wanted to play a video that we saw by Socialism for All, and he did a really good job of talking about the tsunami that is probably going to be the Delta variant in the US in the next month. And so anyway, we just start now. Dede, if you wouldn't mind, we'll pick out a section from Max's. Did you want to say something?
Okay, I did want to say a couple of things.
Okay. No, I'm just going to talk and talk and talk.
This is just the tech stuff. Not only please let us know if the sound levels are roughly equal, but also understand that because of the way we've got it set up, when I play Max, Trish can't hear it.
Oh, yes.
She's going to have to remember, or I'm going to have to remind her of what he's saying.
I'm just going to nod knowingly at Dede and pretend like I knew everything that was being.
Nobody can see. No, but I'll play Max, and then I'll describe what he said briefly, and then we can talk about it, because Trish is, of
I'll
course,
just have to remember, because I did watch this video earlier today, but it was a very long one. It was almost 2 hours long that Max did. So,
which is why we're doing excerpts.
I may not be able to give much in the way of interesting commentary. So Dede will probably be the one that does most of the talking about this. So, and she's the one that kind of has more of a much more of knowledge. I'm a former registered nurse, but I don't really know the intricacies of viruses and that kind of thing, and all of that. So anyway, we'll pick out a certain section and play it. And if you could let us know, please, if you can hear this video that we're playing by Max Blumenthal, if you can hear it adequately, or if it needs to be brought up to equal our levels of our commentary.
Okay.
Requiring everyone be fully vaccinated. And I want to first of all state that I am not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not against vaccinations at all.
This is his bit about being an anti-vaxxer.
If I had a child, they would be, and I think there may be some legitimate objections to 72 vaccinations for a child, but they would be getting the important vaccinations for sure that are tested, that have made our society safer from transmissible disease. But the vaccine that we're talking about right now is indeed operating under an emergency authorization. There's no debate about that. And the CDC, or the Biden administration, is now trying to rush FDA authorization for Pfizer and Moderna. The World Health Organization has put a moratorium on it. And we don't know what's going to happen if it's going to be regulated. But it's not a regular vaccine right now. It is not for a static virus. It's for a virus that is very difficult to vaccinate against. And now we're in a new crisis because it is not doing what we were told it was going to do.
Okay, I'll stop there. This is the bit.
He's speaking at you've got it on a fast pace, so it's like he's on speed.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. He is very slow. I'm going to put him on
1.25.
1.25.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
sorry,
on
it was probably a little bit fast, but he speaks very slowly in this.
Anyway.
Okay, so this was the bit where he said he's not an anti-vaxxer. He would vaccinate his children against some diseases. Now, we have our own critiques about vaccine and the U.S. system of giving tons of vaccines to kids.
Yeah.
But it's mostly about the pacing of those vaccines.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
well, it's
how
the
quickly,
adjuvants as well that
and
use,
the
but
adjuvants.
we won't get
There's-
into that because that's
That's a few technical bits.
we're not anti-vaccine. I'm
We
for
think-
safe vaccines, and I think Dede's probably
Absolutely.
for
I
safe,
think
safe
vaccines are
as well.
great.
But we're not going to talk
Um,
about that. We're going to talk about
yeah.
his position.
Anyway, he just said that he's not an anti-vaxxer, but COVID hasn't been fully authorized by the FDA. It actually has been approved by the Therapeutic Goods Administration here and other places in the world. But the thing is, we're in a pandemic, and when you have full authorization, the testing in that often takes a couple of years. And do you really want to wait for a couple of years in the midst of a pandemic before you use any vaccines? Because if you do, the only way to prevent everyone from getting it is to completely lock people down for that entire period until people can get vaccinated.
Also, that mRNA thing that's been in process for the last 20 years, hasn't it? That's
Yes,
been
it's
looked
been.
into.
I remember
talk a bit
doing
about
stuff.
That, Dede?
The mRNA vaccines are something that really came in with the advent of genetic engineering, where they could sequence, and the sequencing of DNA, where they could sequence a part of virus and then insert it into something else, which could then replicate those parts. And those parts are the antigens. And this is where you get into, and in Lambda, I can just show you a picture of what the Lambda variant spike, the top of the spike looks like. I have a nice little picture here. You'll see it in just a moment, I think, Trish.
Yeah.
I hope you will.
It's all right. I just went away from that. Oh, yes, I see.
There it is.
Yeah.
And that has various bits. And this is what these things kind of actually look like. What it is a number of molecules that are connected in a three-dimensional pattern. And that three-dimensional pattern is what allows it to lock in to the three-dimensional pattern of molecules on a cell. And the spike is what connects to the receptor site on the cell. So you can see the little blue bit, the receptor.
You may want to use your pointer, Dede.
I can't. Oh, maybe I can use my pointer. The receptor binding domain. I don't know if you can see
we don't want to spend too much time on this.
Okay, anyway, I wanted to just say what they do is they replicate that.
Yeah.
And the way the immune system works is it has a library. Imagine it like a couple of computer disks, like 4 terabyte or 8 terabyte computer disks on your computer, and it will make a little file of the picture of that antigen.
Yeah.
And it will use that to create a something that would fit into that antigen, and go on the top of an immune body, and that would go. And the antibody would connect to that, and two things can happen. Either it blocks those receptor binding things, which prevents it from actually binding to the cell, and with that you get full immunity. Mm-hmm. You can basically not get that disease at all. It won't infect your cell. Or else you have it so it can connect onto something else, and then the antibody attracts other cells, plasma cells, and various other cells, which will help destroy the virus.
Right.
And the effect of that is that you may get the disease, but you won't have the symptoms.
Yeah.
And so there's two different types of things. And one of those is like it's great with things like smallpox and a number of diseases. We can pretty much wipe out
Yeah.
the disease itself. With other diseases like rotavirus, rotavirus used to kill a lot of kids. I'm sorry, am I going
No,
on
no,
too
it's
long?
just that we don't want to get too bogged down in
Okay,
the
but I want to
science.
get a little bogged down in the
Okay.
science here. We won't have to get much bogged down
Okay,
after
yeah,
that.
that's fine.
But something like the rotavirus used to kill a lot of kids or make them extremely ill. And they came up with a vaccine which would, it doesn't get rid of rotavirus, but it does get rid of all the symptoms.
Uh-huh.
So the kids don't get sick anymore.
Right.
Basically, nobody dies
Yeah.
of rotavirus anymore in the US
Right.
or Australia or most developed countries where people get vaccinated. So vaccines are important. And just as a little sideline on this, each one of those little connectors to this picture here,
Yeah.
which is complex molecule things, the immune system makes a copy of that. And it may keep it in the easy to access file system,
Yeah.
or it may bury it somewhere in the 8 terabyte drives.
Yeah.
And it tends to want to bury these things with time. So the immune response gets weaker generally with time. Okay, that's all I wanted to say about
so
that.
we're just Alex, we're just discussing. Max Blumenthal did a video recently on Rockfin. It's behind a paywall, and there was a few things that he said that were a little bit unresearched, really.
Yeah.
And we wanted to address those aspects of it. Excuse me. And also, I did want to say before we go on, both Dede and I are vegans, so I do not. I know that they could easily come up, if they really applied their mind to it. Scientists could easily come up with ways of not testing on animals, but
there are actually several ways.
Yeah, there already are several ways, but I mean, it's important that. That's why society needs to be vegan, so we can stop using animals for all sorts of hideous things, including food, clothing, entertainment, and other reasons. So, that's something I wanted to add in there. And so anyway, we'll continue on, Dede, with
Okay.
with this.
Well, this first bit with Max, was about him saying he's not an anti-vaxxer, but this vaccine might be dangerous. It's not fully tested.
Yeah.
mRNA vaccines have been around for ages.
Yeah.
Basically, what they are is a replication of that little bit of the vaccine, and the antibodies can be created for that bit, which will then work on the virus. So the immune system gets primed. It can recognize the virus as soon as it gets in, and then attack it. And that's what mRNA vaccines do. And that's different than the other vaccines. Like some of the other vaccines, actually, you take the virus and you kill it or denature it, or some other kind of bacteria or something like that, and put it into the cell, into your body. And the immune system then sees that as an invader and creates antibodies. But mRNA vaccines are much better, basically. They work better, and they're much less risky. And they're proven technologies. They've been around for ages. There's very little, I think, that could go wrong with an mRNA vaccine.
I'm just posting Dr. John Campbell's site in there, which I think is very good.
Good.
And he's just does stuff on COVID and the things that are happening, the variants and all of that.
He's in the UK, so he does a lot of UK focus.
He's not conspiratorial really, and he tries to stick to
science
and stuff
and
like
stats.
that. And stats, even when they're a little bit, even when it's probably skating a bit close sometimes, because you know how censorship is on YouTube. It's like they don't allow you to speak about certain things, like
easily.
because like they won't allow you to speak about the Proud Boys even when you're far from a fascist. Anyway, so that kind of thing.
Even when you're dissing them, or
Yeah. So
yeah.
anyway, but anyhow, let's
Okay.
get back
Anyway,
to
get back to this because it's long and we've got
Hang on a
lot
sec, Alex. Somebody in the chat, Alex said, most alarmist thing I've heard is that the vax will kill everyone within 2 to 3 years. Seems ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, there's all sorts
that's
of
utterly ridiculous.
there's all sorts of wackadoo.
There's a lot of people who've had vaccines and they're not dead.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's
Okay.
not been 2 to 3 years, but no.
2 to 3 years. Yeah, you can. Do it in
Anyway,
your imagination.
so we'll do this next section of this Rockfin video by Max Blumenthal. So
yeah. Okay.
can you make sure it's not too fast? The last one was too fast. Our
Okay, I
apologies.
slowed it down a little bit.
We were told that the pandemic would be over if about 70% of the population got vaccinated. And that's not happening. Instead, we have we're being told there's a new Delta variant. And all of these variants, it feels like I'm back in college and I'm on frat row.
Okay, here he's saying, I was told that
Oh,
if
wow.
70%,
You're actually getting it earlier than me. I'm not. I didn't even. Yeah, go on.
there's a delay.
Yep. Okay then.
He was saying that he was told that if 70% of people got vaccinated, it would all be over, right?
Yeah.
But now there's the Delta variant. There's all these weird Greek name thing. That's what he's talking about, frat row.
Oh yeah.
With all their alpha, beta, delta.
Oh, I see. I see.
Anyway, it was never going to be all over at 70%.
No.
70% was the earliest point where you would consider taking away restrictions, because until you have a vaccine, the only way to deal with health with an infectious disease like COVID is to physically put barriers up to avoid the path of infection. Now, the path of infection has been basically, with the alpha and earlier variants, little droplets. And with the Delta variant, I think it can actually be transmitted through an aerosol thing. So it goes, the little droplets meant that if you wear a mask and you breathe into it, the little droplets are mostly caught by that mask.
Yeah.
It also means that if somebody's not wearing a mask, the little droplets will go a meter or maybe 2 meters and fall to the ground because of gravity. So if you keep a certain distance and if you wear a mask, you're not transmitting various droplets. If you wear a mask, it doesn't mean you can't get droplets. You can't breathe them in, but if you touch something, the virus can actually live on a number of things for up to 3 days, I think.
Yeah.
If you touch something and then touch your eyes,
Yeah.
or you scratch your nose,
Yeah.
or something like that,
Yeah.
it's quite possible to get that virus. So this is why, at least in the beginning, we were very cautious. We did
Yeah.
things like, if we had to get something in from outside,
Yeah.
we would either clean it really thoroughly,
Yeah.
or else
And
we would put it aside for 3
put it aside.
days.
So he's concerned about, he expected that when everybody was 70%, I don't think the US.
I don't know, does he really expect that?
I don't know.
He's saying he did.
But he's saying he did.
He's saying they claim.
but
They
did he?
claim that 70% and it would all
But
be over.
only 50% of the US is vaccinated now, is that correct? They've
Yeah,
had
only
both
50%.
vaccinations? Okay, so he's expecting at 70% that nobody would be getting any sort of COVID at all, except that he doesn't seem to understand the variant actually is a mutation of COVID, so it's almost like a different, isn't it? It's almost like it's different.
It's not quite
Not
different.
quite, but
it's like if you have a human mutation where somebody has 6 fingers, and that happens sometimes. That person has a mutation, but they're still a human being.
Yeah.
And so a different strain is still COVID.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
And going back to that picture of the antigen,
Yeah.
that little spike, if that changes very much,
Yeah.
then the antigens that you have may not work very well on it.
The
And
thing
it has
is,
to build new antigens.
the thing is, I don't think Max realizes that one of the well, there's a few reasons why that Delta variant exists, and that is because people didn't lock down properly, they didn't wear masks,
Yeah.
and a lot of them won't get vaccinated, and all those combinations, then it allows that to
Yeah.
mutate. Would that be correct, Dede?
Basically, mutation happens all the time
Yeah.
for every organism. And the majority of mutations are non-functional. You know, it's like when somebody has a 6th finger, it isn't really functional in a sense that will improve their survivability or something like that.
Yeah.
It may not be something that's fatal, and a lot of mutations are fatal. It's the cause of a lot of stillbirths and that kind of thing. With viruses, when you have a mutation, a lot of them may be non-functional and make that virus less contagious or not contagious at all. The ones that we see are the ones that are different and are successful in
Yeah.
a way, mutations.
So not all
And-
not all mutations are successful, are
Yeah,
they?
the
Yeah.
majority of them
Yeah.
are not successful,
Yeah.
but every so often there will be one. And the more organisms there are, the more mutations that turn up successful there will be.
Yeah.
So the more COVID is spread everywhere, the more you're going to get mutations. And it doesn't matter whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. If you have a vaccinated population, you'll have less COVID transmitted. Because most of the vaccines, like Pfizer, is 88% effective. That means that in 88% of the time, it will be able to defeat COVID. You won't, if you're exposed, you will not get COVID. That means that, 16% or 12% of the time you might get COVID if you're exposed. And there are breakthrough cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there was that in Massachusetts. There was that where a whole bunch of people they actually had been vaxxed and
Yeah.
they had breakthrough COVID.
Breakthrough
So can
COVID.
you
Yeah.
can you sort of talk about that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that happens.
Yeah.
For any disease where the vaccine doesn't eliminate it.
Yeah.
And that's the one I explained before, where it can make the antigen dysfunctional. Then you still have the chance of getting the disease.
Oh, this is
I
Alex. This is-
can't see the.
Oh, okay. Alex says any mutations, variants due to the vaccine, and that's another
No.
thing. That's another thing that Max puts out, which is
Yeah.
problematic.
Yeah.
He sort of actually makes out like the vaccines are causing
No.
mutations, doesn't he?
Yes,
Or causing
and
variants.
he pulled up something from CNN
Yeah.
where they were repeating that.
Yeah, I don't know why you would even go to CNN for
Yeah.
medical information.
I'll see if I can find
Because
that CNN
he's a
thing.
journalist, and you would think he'd actually go to Science rather than CNN. But anyway, he would never
Yeah.
go to CNN for anything else.
No.
What was the other thing that was probably one of the worst things he put up, and sort of as if that was something that was real.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go through some of that.
Yeah, we'll go
I'm
through
having
some
a
of that
hard
because
time
I think you actually there's
finding
a
it.
segment that you were
Yeah,
going to
that I was
play
going to
of
show.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
so Dede might actually play that section, or we can just
If I
go
can
through it
find it.
methodically, Dede.
We can go through it methodically.
Yeah, let's just go through it, and we'll get to that, Alex.
Yeah.
So let's. Do you
But
think we've?
anyway,
Yeah.
I can say ahead of time right now, since the question's raised, no, vaccines don't cause mutations. What vaccines do is make any mutation that isn't affected by the vaccine, that makes vaccines less effective, it makes them more visible. But they're there anyway. Those mutations happen. It's like the Delta variant happened in India at a time when a lot of people were not vaccinated. The earliest mutations in South Africa or India or Nepal or whatever came from basically unvaccinated populations.
Yeah.
They're mutations.
Yeah.
Mutations happen everywhere, and the more virus there is around, the more mutations you will get.
Yeah.
So vaccines will help reduce the number of mutations,
Yeah.
but they also make any mutation which is less effective against the vaccine
Yeah.
much more visible.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what
and
really happens.
We were talking about earlier how in the pandemic, what was that one in 1917? That great.
The Spanish flu.
Yeah, Spanish flu. It was a zoonotic disease, like this one.
Yeah.
There's another thing that
It
nobody tends to mention, that it's a
birds.
zoonotic disease. Like there's
Came
all that
from birds.
Comes from birds.
Came from an avian flu.
Yeah, and this one, but they're both zoonotic diseases, which means just putting everything aside for a moment. It'd be really nice if we stopped using animals.
Yeah.
Because having wet markets and having animal products in general, industrialized farming, the whole shebang. Get rid of it and just go vegan. So let's go on to that now.
Yeah.
Now, what I was going to say about that pandemic in 1918 or 1917. I mean, if they'd had a chance, if they knew at that time, Dede, that if they locked down for a while and they wore masks, right? But did they wear masks at that time? I think I saw people actually in photos.
I think some people wore masks, probably doctors at that point who were a little bit more familiar with germ theory.
Yeah, yeah.
And had some idea of the transmission.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that killed like hundreds of millions of people, didn't it? Or was it
Yes.
80 million?
Well,
it 80 million or hundreds of millions?
I think there's different estimates. I
Yeah.
think the range is something between like 70 million and 500 million.
Anyway, we should get back to this. Let's get back to the next. We'll show the next segment.
Okay.
And just to let you know,
And
I
that's not a
can't
very
hear
good
what these segments are because the setup we have, I can't actually hear what Max is saying. So I'm going to have Dede tell me what it's what it is.
Unfortunately, Rockfin is very hard to precisely locate.
Yeah, yeah. This
If
is on
we'd have
Rockfin behind a paywall.
Yeah.
Scenario, but even worse is that a portion of the population,
It's buffering.
for maybe
by the
reasons,
way, Dede.
for their own reasons, is asserting their individual and constitutional rights, as well as the right to informed consent, and hesitating to take this vaccine. And now we are starting to see coercion like never before.
Furious.
So let's just
Okay, so Max, I mean, after saying that, this vaccine hasn't been thoroughly tested,
Yeah.
he's now gone into some people, they're going along with their constitutional right not to have vaccines, and now people are doing coercion.
Yeah.
And do you want to talk about this,
I
or do
don't
you
know.
want me to talk?
I couldn't hear it.
Well, I just told you what he said. It was
yeah,
short.
yeah. Anyway, no, I'm sorry. I was just furious. Psyops came in, and I had to change
Oh,
my
okay.
username. Sorry, I can't.
Hi,
I can't
Furious.
see Furious on
I
my
can't
normal.
I can't see the chat. The way it's
Okay,
set
I
up.
can tell.
Yeah.
So, Furious said the mysterious
I see
virus
Holly,
I got last
yeah.
March was so bad, didn't get tested, but doctor said I had gotten corona, COVID, and yep, that's it. Okay, so anyway,
Yeah.
what was I going to say about?
Anyway,
Oh, listen, I was going to say, is it possible to get subtitles there? Probably not, eh?
no,
Subtitles on the thing.
I
no.
don't think so. Let's see.
Probably
Do
not.
they have subtitles? I don't think so. No, nothing like that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so he's basically, this is where Max is going into everybody has their right to not have vaccines,
Yeah. Yeah.
if they don't want them.
And look, I don't know if we got up to this bit because I didn't hear that properly. I didn't hear it, but like,
Yeah.
I really feel like I'm not really for. I don't really like the idea of making people have a vaccine, mandatory things. I would prefer them encourage people like what the leader of the opposition here in Australia was saying, offer people like $200 or $300 to get a vaccine.
Yeah.
I'd prefer like a carrot kind of approach rather than the stick thing. And also Max talks later on about his concern that that they could use the COVID passport thing. Is that what the
Yeah,
COVID
COVID passport, vaccine
pardon?
passport.
Vaccine passport as a way of excluding, sort of
People.
different ethnic groups and Muslims and whatever,
Yeah.
and I would say that's further on, but I mean that's capitalism more than any.
Well,
Sorry,
that's the U.S. and
that's the U.S. Sorry,
control and politics and
and
fascism.
if people
neo-fascism.
can't, if the drug companies start charging, instead of the government doing what they're supposed to do, which is continue on and make sure that people have access by making it free. If they end up charging people and many poor people cannot afford that, and then they start excluding them with the vaccine passport, that's capitalism more than anything, isn't it, Dede? You know what I mean? That's the problem of capitalism.
Yeah.
That's not sort of, you know what I mean? But anyway, that we talk about. He mentions that later, so we'll.
Yeah. Holly is saying she got the Pfizer, I think, and Mac and Furious Psyops is also saying they got Pfizer.
Yeah, I got Pfizer. I just got in under the wire, really. It was somebody down. I haven't had both of them yet because
We've just both managed to have our vaccines in the last week or so.
The Prime Minister here, Scott Morrison, he's a neoconservative.
He's a Pentecostal, and I think he believes that, it's God's will, and if a lot of people die,
he believes in the rapture.
Off to heaven.
So he doesn't really care. So it's only the states have been the ones that have come forward to encourage immediate lockdowns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so Scott Morrison has been a real problem, and he hasn't ordered any vaccines, and so Australians have been not able to get vaccines.
Yeah.
And so now we've got a problem in Sydney where 300 people a day now are getting COVID, and that's partly because of
one person.
The faulty hotel quarantine.
No, that was the guy with the guy who transported that air crew.
And also there was the 3,000 people who decided to do an anti-mask, anti-vaxxer thing.
Yeah.
So those kinds of things don't help.
Yeah.
And but Australia's handled this quite well, and it's not been through the Prime Minister, it's been through the states.
And it's not been through vaccines.
Yeah, it's not been through vaccines.
Basically, we took the measure that a lot of Asian countries have of saying, no, we'll do public health things. We'll wear masks.
Yeah.
We'll keep social distancing. We'll have quarantines for people coming in. We won't just let everybody come in.
Yeah.
And that has actually meant that Australia's been pretty much COVID-free.
Yeah.
Over this entire period.
Yeah,
It's been over a year.
In Tasmania, Dede and I haven't had to wear a mask, except to go on planes and to go to. We would in the beginning we wore masks just to be on the safe side.
Everybody did.
But everybody did. But
that's
there
because nobody knew, and it was everywhere.
Yeah, but there was a point though where Tasmania became COVID-free.
Yeah.
And we brought down the borders so nobody could come here.
We're an island.
So that's very handy. So since then, we haven't had to do that, have we, Dede?
Yeah, I'll just go a little bit into that.
We're all over the place like a dog's breakfast right now, but anyway,
happily, when COVID came to Australia, and it did come here and there, it was still the very beginning of it. Like we caught the first few cases, and like somebody went to quarantine, decided he wasn't interested, and walked around Hobart, and they managed to grab him and put him in, and they realized they're going to have to guard people in hotels.
Right.
And there was some mess ups, and Max talks later about a union, the Service Employees International Union, who are protesting against a mandatory requirement that hospital workers are vaccinated.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they see it as a terrible imposition and stuff like that, and racist, and well, I don't know. I mean, here in Tasmania, we did have one major outbreak where the majority of people who died in Tasmania were people from a couple of old age homes, and there was one nurse who had it, and he was working in 3 aged
Yeah.
care homes part-time,
Yeah.
and he managed to spread it, and the hospitals had to be shut down,
Yeah.
scrubbed by the army.
Yeah.
But a number of almost all of our cases in Tasmania and all of our deaths
Yeah.
came from that cluster.
Yeah.
And in
And then-
Australia, we talk about clusters.
Yeah.
We can actually identify things like that.
Anyway, because Tasmania since that time has been COVID free,
Yeah.
we haven't, nobody's had to wear a mask in the state,
Yeah.
except
We've been able to go to cafes and all that kind
yeah.
of stuff.
So I mean, that's what it looks like when you do the right thing.
When
and
you
that's
do your
what it could have-
lockdowns early,
Yes,
and
do
you're
the right things early. It's like you
And
can't.
that was without
you can't
vaccine.
shut the door after for a species thing. You can't shut the door after the horse has bolted. Almost, it's a really, you
Yeah.
know, it's really really important to do things quickly. Now, I understand. We understand that any government. And they're all not trustworthy. Any government can use any disaster, and they do, to take away civil liberties, to clamp down on people, and to surveil people, and to track
And to
people,
make the
and all
rich
of that.
richer
We
and-
understand that, but you can have two things happening, of course, and people I'm sure in this chat would know that COVID can be real, and it is real,
Yeah.
and you can have governments taking advantage of that, and you can have big pharma taking advantage of that, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the fact is that if lockdowns do work initially, they can work if you do it properly and people are wearing masks and they're trying to be compliant and thinking about the community instead of the US thing, which there's many people who because freedom.
You're
I'm
not the
gonna
boss
wear
of me.
I'm not going to wear my mask because freedom, and F anybody who happens to be immunosuppressed or an old person or anything like that. I don't want to. I mean, seriously. But anyway, let's continue on with the
Okay,
the
I just want to
Max's
say,
video.
like with the Delta variant, it's a bit more difficult because it's so contagious. One guy in Sydney decided to not go along with the rules. He wasn't vaccinated, wasn't wearing a mask. He was his job was transporting airplane people, air crew to hotels where they were quarantining. And so he decided he didn't need to worry about this. He had COVID. They're supposed to get tested daily. He didn't get tested for 3 or 4 days, and in the meantime, he'd wandered around Sydney. And that's the start of our major outbreak in Sydney.
Yeah, but also the problem too is the Prime Minister didn't order enough vaccines, and so
That's why nobody's vaccinated.
Yeah, so a lot of people in Australia are not vaccinated, and now you've got this Delta variant, which is highly contagious. I mean, if you've seen the videos of people literally walking by one another and catch, just walking by and within seconds, actually got it.
Yeah.
So it's highly contagious.
And this is like 3 meters away.
3A. This is not surprising now that Sydney is like this because of that, basically, because of incompetence of the Prime Minister, and also because people bust out of they're not
don't do the thing.
No.
And I mean, you can have mandates. I mean, to say mandates are bad, mandating, like we've put out a mandate now for all people transporting air crew, which is where a lot of our infections have come from, or people going into their quarantine, have to be vaccinated and wear masks and get tested every day. And we've also mandated now that aged care homes, the workers have to be vaccinated. That's because we've had problems where people haven't been and a bunch of people have died.
But we almost had a scare just in the last week where somebody, you want to talk about that man that came over?
Yeah, or you can if you like.
No, you.
Okay,
you talk.
there was a fellow who went from the Sydney hotspot, one of the most infectious areas. He got on a plane and went to Melbourne, and there's supposed to be a hard barrier between Victoria and New South Wales because there's so much COVID in Sydney. And so much COVID means there's a few hundred cases there. And he went to Melbourne on one plane and then transferred to another plane and came to Tasmania and went to northern Tasmania to Launceston, which is our second largest city. And he didn't have, here the states require that you say that where you've come from. And if it's a COVID hotspot, you're not supposed to be coming here. And if it's an area which is potentially dangerous, you have to go into lockdown for 2 weeks. And if it's an area where there's no COVID, and we have the WA, Northern Territory, ACT, and Tasmania, which are COVID-free, if you're in an area like that, then you don't have to quarantine. And so it's a graduated system depending on how much of a risk it is.
And anyway, I wanted to say...
He would never have gotten permission because he was coming from a Sydney hotspot. He wasn't supposed to leave. Nobody was supposed to be going for a walk there.
Anyway, since this happened, there's 50 people in ICU and 90 in
Not
Sydney.
Here.
In Sydney, sorry, this is in Sydney. There's nobody in hospitals here in Tasmania at the moment with COVID. But in Sydney, there's 50 people in hospitals in the ICU, and 98% of them are not vaccinated, and there are 20-year-olds. There's almost an even distribution of age groups. 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50, 60. So that Delta variant it's even a problem now. I was reading an article. A problem now for children. 72,000 children tested last week, I think, for COVID, and the week before it was 36,000. But they're actually seeing a lot more children now with the Delta variant in hospitals. So that's it's becoming quite a serious problem for children now. So this is like something that basically people were going, I don't think people were that concerned when it was old people, which is incredibly ageist to kind of not care about people that are old just because they're old. But now that it's affecting other groups, now suddenly, you know what I mean? I found that to be really appalling. But anyway, we should probably do another
segment.
Another section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll do this bit again.
And that's not a very good scenario. But even worse is that a portion of the population.
Oh, it's buffering.
For maybe reasons, or for their own reasons, is asserting their individual and constitutional rights, as well as the right to informed consent, and hesitating to take this vaccine. And now we are starting to see coercion like never before. So let's just look for a second at what Anthony Fauci has to say about why we are where we are, where DC now has to impose a mask mandate, including on fully vaccinated people, where New York is now doing a New York City pass, where only people who can prove that they were fully vaccinated will have access to lots of indoor space. And I'm still learning this technology, so this is going to move a little bit more slow than I would like. Okay, we've got everything set up backwards.
Okay, Dede.
Now that we have a Delta variant, that has changed the entire landscape.
This is Fauci.
Because when you look at the level of virus in the nasopharynx of a vaccinated person who gets a breakthrough infection with Delta, it is exactly the same as the level of virus in an unvaccinated person.
So basically what
I won't play his thing. He just repeats what Fauci said. But he makes an issue of this that...
can I just say something about Max Blumenthal? I really like Max's work. I think it's been great.
We love Max,
with the grey zone and all that kind of stuff. But I sort of feel like there's two things he's done in the last 6 months that are kind of out of his wheelhouse, and this is one of them. And the other one was Planet of the Humans. I felt like that was kind of not quite right either. There's some of the things he was saying there. So... I know he's doing this in good faith and everything, and he's concerned about the vaccine passports affecting people, like Muslims and different ethnic groups that won't be able to afford the booster vaccine when the drug companies decide, okay, now it's not free. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I can understand all of that, but there's these other things that he's saying, even though it prefaced this whole video that he did on Rockfin, he prefaced it with saying, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but then kind of proceeds to sort of like say all this kind of really non-scientific information about the variants, about the vaccine, drawing on CNN and the silly thing that CNN said about vaccines causing the variants and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's not helpful, and I wish that he would sort of have not because there's enough crap out there basically. But anyway, we'll just continue on.
He's basically he's somebody who doesn't want to have a vaccine.
Yeah, I think, and that's the thing, when you he's got an what do they call it, confirmation bias already, and then he's cherry picking stuff, and some of it is like, imagine going to CNN for science information, like on it. It's just sort of silly. Anyway, let's go on.
Yeah. Okay, this is the CNN bit.
Came in to see how extensive it was, and it has been extensive for
probably,
months.
I don't know,
just from the
Chris. I
Delta
think you
variant.
missed
So let's
about
see
probably
what
15, 20 minutes.
What?
Hey,
what's that?
Sorry, Chris said, did I miss much before the video restart? And I was just saying probably about 20 minutes, and I'm not really sure because we're kind of we haven't really made any notes. We're just yapping as we usually do. Anyway, Dede, do you want to sort of, did you have anything else to say about that last segment?
No.
Okay.
Yes, I did actually. Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
The last bit, that bit with Fauci, was when he was saying, and you'll see this in a video we're playing later, that a person who has a breakthrough case, one of those, like I said before, the science says that if you're double vaccinated with Pfizer, the efficacy of that is 88%. That means there's a 12% chance that you might have a breakthrough case and get infected anyway. Now, in that case, you're not likely to go to hospital. You probably will have, possibly you will have very few symptoms, possibly you will have no symptoms, or if you have symptoms, they will be mild.
Right.
That's generally the case. It's not always the case. Sometimes people who already have compromised systems, or particularly the old, will still have need to be hospitalized or whatever. It's not a magic thing.
Yeah.
But in this thing Fauci did, he said that at the beginning, the people who have a breakthrough case when they're fully vaccinated have as many virus that they're shedding as somebody who is unvaccinated.
Yeah.
And you'll see in a later thing that that's true for the first few days. That's when the virus is replicating, before the immune system really starts kicking in.
Yeah.
And the people who are vaccinated, you'll see in a later graph, basically their viral load goes down pretty fast because their immune system is working well. The other one has to respond to it as if it's never seen this virus before.
I'd rather, we both know there's problems with Fauci, like, 1 minute in the beginning of the pandemic, he was saying you don't need to wear a mask, even though he knew it was helpful. He said that because instead of just being honest with people and saying we want to save the PPEs for health professionals, he just told people you didn't have to wear it. Now he's as responsible as Donald Trump and all the other Keystone cops that were involved in that. That to create this shit show that they've got going there, then he changed his mind. Then he changed his mind and said, then you should wear a mask, and then when he was all that kind of thing. But anyway, we're just mentioning something that he said there.
Basically, he was doing politically advantageous messaging.
He could have told people.
Or he was lying.
Yeah, but he could have told people, so don't wear the N95 mask, just get a cloth mask, make your own mask. He could have said that, but he said,
could have said
no,
that. He
you
said,
don't have
please don't go out and buy masks and hoard them. Because that means the people who have to deal with
No, but he
sick
should have
people.
said, yes, it would be good if you wore a mask, so why don't you make your own mask or buy a cloth mask?
And people
but
got into doing that themselves.
He actually said, no, don't wear a mask. So that was really unfortunate, and he's contributed to the 500 plus 600,000 people that are dead now in the US. But anyway, should we go on to the next bit, Dede, do you think?
I think it's 130,000.
No, I think it's like 600,000 people are dead now in the US,
Oh. Okay. Okay, I just want to say that that was, I don't know. I've lost my train of
I'm sorry.
mind.
I put you. I put you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a point about Fauci. That's all.
Okay.
Because
Yeah. Basically, Fauci
Yeah.
has created incredible distrust
Yes. Yes.
in Americans for the American system.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't trust it. I don't trust him.
He and no.
I don't
No,
trust.
I don't trust.
I don't trust the CDC or the NIH.
Big pharma and all of that.
I'll look
yeah.
at other people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Even WHO actually comes out with some wackadoo stuff sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
And thousands of new breakthrough
It really
cases.
depends who's.
And actually, I've been following. I've just been Googling
and
breakthrough cases every day since mass vaccination came in to see
anyway,
how extensive it was.
So
and it has
Dede,
been extensive
what
for
are we
months,
looking at
not
now?
just from the Delta variant. So let's
Dede?
see what CNN
Dede?
is.
Huh?
What are we looking at now?
We're looking at the CNN report about breakthrough cases.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it playing? Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
about
I
to
can't
play.
hear it
I was
playing.
playing. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you start again? Because I was talking.
Well,
over
I
the top
can't
of it.
because it's so hard to find the place. But I'll start.
I'm sorry.
I'll start here.
Okay.
Reporting here, no one can accuse me of using some anti-vax website. But basically, vaccination alone won't stop the rise of new variants and could push the evolution of strains that evade their protection. The Delta strain, the Epsilon strain, the Lambda strain. I mean, if you had said, or I had said on Twitter that vaccination could lead to new strains that resist vaccination, I would have had my account suspended a few months ago. But now CNN is saying it.
Okay, so he's done the CNN thing where CNN has said, that the vaccines can create new strains.
Yeah.
And I've explained before that that's not what happens.
Yeah.
Basically, new strains occur naturally.
Yeah.
You notice the new strains that are more resistant or more contagious because they don't work as well on the vaccines, and so they become more visible. They're a more visible mutation. Okay, so basically that's incorrect. It's probably an abuse of the idea of selective pressure. And selective pressure is the thing where if something has an advantage, then there will be a tendency for evolution to go that way if it's given an advantage. Like Delta has become completely dominant in most places because it's far more contagious.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not the fault of vaccines.
No.
Yeah.
Every
We just
year-
notice it.
Every year there's a different flu.
Every year there's a
strains.
different flu. They're mutating fairly quickly. Actually, I don't know that COVID is mutating that fast. I don't
No.
think it mutates as fast as flu, but
And
it still mutates at a reasonable rate.
and it's not surprising that happened through India, wasn't it? The Delta
Yeah,
thing through India.
and Delta
Yeah.
came from India. I think it was. I don't remember which one it was.
And that's
Beta.
another government, a fascist government, Modi government, who doesn't care about the people and who twiddled his thumbs and let it all kind of build up, and then ended up with that appalling thing that was happening a couple of months ago where people were just there were so many bodies, people were dying outside hospitals, and that was his fucking fault.
Yeah.
This is the
It
thing.
basically
We've got all
overwhelms
these-
the health
We've
system.
got all these, overwhelms the health system. We've got all these fucking fat, authoritarian wannabes in office, like here in Australia, in India, in the UK, and this is all contributing. Because I'm not saying Joe Biden is any better particularly, but I mean he's doing some things that are good. He's not as bad as Donald Trump, but it's like, but basically, if they cared about
That's
the people,
very low bar.
it's a very low bar. If they cared about the people, it would have been there would have been different. They would have had things already. Like, wasn't it? The whole pandemic response team, wasn't that dismantled by Donald Trump or something? Anyway, let's
Anyway,
continue.
I'll just go
Yep,
into
yep.
a little bit of something, which is that with the whole original approach in Australia was looking at Italy and the way the medical system was overwhelmed with cases because they didn't take things on quickly. And we decided in Australia to put in lockdowns and quarantines and all that stuff and get very strict with masks right away. And people in Australia, by and large, are intelligent enough to understand that. And so we did all those things to prevent the hospitals from becoming overwhelmed. And the problem with taking off restrictions like England has done is this going to overwhelm the medical system? And in England, you've had a massive increase in the number of people who've been hospitalized and so on when they've taken off restrictions. And they're starting to put some back on because of that. But they were at vaccine levels of 70% and more, which meant that they thought they could probably get away with, the load on the hospital. And partly Boris Johnson's an asshole and doesn't mind if people die. And has said so.
If everything wasn't around revolving around the economy and keeping businesses and corporations happy, a lot of this wouldn't have been. This is like capitalism. This is what end-stage capitalism, when all these governments seem to care about is making corporations and businesses happy, and also, look at the United States with basically, was it Blackstone buying up all those houses, that were defaulted on, basically cleaning up, corporations cleaning up because people, evictions have been going on in the United States all throughout this pandemic. But anyway, we should look at
I'm going to go on to the Israeli thing.
Patients. This is really interesting data.
And let's remember that Palestinians have just been excluded from, it's been this medical apartheid. They've been offered expired vaccines or no vaccines at all. So that's something to keep in mind in apartheid Israel.
I'll go back and play this clip because we stopped to talk about it. This is about what's going on in Israel. He's using it as an example because Israel is one of the most fully vaccinated countries, at least within 48 Israel.
Patients. This is really interesting data. It's basically a roundup of who is in hospitals right now in Israel. Some 250 COVID-19 patients are in serious condition in Israel. What are their ages and what is their vaccination status? Okay, about 210 of them, so most of them, are over the age of 60. I need to turn my, hold on one second. I just need, this will cancel the Rockfin sound, or I actually don't know what to do there. So I was trying to get rid of the echo effect. Back to the article, which I've completely lost track of. So over 210 are over the age of 60. Of those, 153 were fully vaccinated. Did you get that? So 210, the majority of the people who are in the hospital in Israel are over the age of 60. So they would be people who tend to have weaker immune systems. And the majority of them are fully vaccinated, which cuts against a lot of what we're hearing about efficacy. In fact, the vaccine does prevent most people from being hospitalized. It does give them protection. That's a fact. But if you're over 60, the effectiveness goes down. And I've seen NIH data showing that a majority of people who have died were fully vaccinated because they were over the age of 80. So that's to be expected. But it's also very, I guess, troubling. And now we look at people under 60. Most of them had not been vaccinated and had not been previously infected, those who were hospitalized. So basically the vaccines tend to work for people who are.
Okay, I'll stop there. He kind of goes on a bit.
Can I just say something about, I mean, over 80, that person, I don't know, I don't think I've heard of anybody that's fully vaccinated that's died. I haven't heard of that. What is he talking about there?
Well, I don't know.
Fully vaccinated people usually don't make
Israel,
it to ICU.
I think there are a few people who are fully vaccinated. I think in Israel, because virtually everybody is fully vaccinated.
No, but I've never heard of fully vaccinated people dying of COVID, though.
There have been cases.
Has there?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Well, in Israel there's some.
Is that true though? I mean, is that I haven't heard that though, that there's been fully vaccinated people dying.
Yeah.
Usually they don't make it to ICU even. I mean, unless they're like, I could imagine somebody that's 90 or 80 years old, maybe, because they've probably got other underlying things. I mean, let's face
sure. Their immune system is going to be much weaker anyway. I mean, that's one of the problems with age. And that also means that, like putting people at risk by not wearing masks and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, furious psyops, yeah, sure. People can get COVID and they're fully vaccinated, isn't that?
Yes. Yes, I mean, he's kind of making, some people got fully vaccinated and they got COVID.
But I'm talking about dying of COVID. I haven't heard of people fully vaccinated dying of COVID. I mean, I'm sure there probably are, but maybe they're really, really old.
Very few.
Yeah, very few.
Very few.
It's almost in every ICU that I've heard of, 97% of people in ICU have not been vaccinated. That's what I hear. And so unless that's a lie,
it depends. It depends very much on the place, but yes.
Yeah.
I mean, in England, where we're listening, and in Australia, of course, that's the case.
Yeah.
In England, that's usually the case.
And in the US, that's the case
too. And US, I mean, hardly counts. They only 50% vaccinated. They shouldn't be out of lockdown. I mean, basically.
No. And I did a video about vitamin D and black people, and how a lot of black people and people of color with dark skin have very low vitamin D in their system, and how important that is to have good levels of vitamin D when it comes to COVID. And that helps mitigate some of the really awful symptoms. And that's why, and this is the other thing that we were talking about with this particular video Max has done. There's 3 times more black people are affected by COVID and sort of even die, I think.
Put a pin in that, because that comes up later.
Yeah. So, that's a problem that he's kind of putting out this, I'm not an anti-vaccine person, and yet all of this is sort of sowing doubt and putting out some dodgy sort of, it's not even science really, is it? Like vaccines causing the variants and stuff. I mean, that's not even a science thing. It's just CNN, somebody talking through their hat. So, he's actually like I feel like, this is just my personal thing. I feel not trying to prevent others from getting COVID, not having some sort of vaccine when they obviously at this point do work. Of course, they haven't been around very long and stuff, but they do work. I feel like it's actually kind of racist not to have a vaccine when you've in the United States anyway, when you've got people of color and black people who are dying 3 times more than white people, right?
Yeah.
Don't you feel like that's kind of a bit
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's sort of not very considerate of people. Like when people are already under pressure from poverty and from poor health because of the areas they're in. I'm talking about black people now, right? And then
poor people in general, and of course the majority
in general.
A lot of poor people are black or people of color, or migrants. I mean, any of the groups that have discrimination are often among the poor people.
Yeah.
So all of those people are going to be worse affected.
Yeah.
In the U.S. particularly, the lack of public health makes it kind of disgraceful.
Yeah.
I mean, the U.S. and India are the 2 places where tuberculosis is a major issue.
Right.
Particularly in and multi-antibiotic resistant versions of tuberculosis.
Yeah.
So you've got people whose lungs are incredibly compromised already. Nobody talks about that as a factor.
Yeah.
But people don't get medical care. They don't have good diets.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, there's all kinds of problems. Here's a little bit about Max's attitude.
Requirements are being imposed on the U.S. military, on federal workers, on at festivals like the Sundance Festival is requiring everyone be fully vaccinated. And I want to first of all state that I am not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not against vaccinations at all.
Hang on, I've already played this bit. Maybe I can't find that bit. I won't. play that again. But there was a bit somewhere at the beginning. It comes back in the end, so I'll play it then.
Sorry, it's a bit hard getting the exact points.
It
on
is.
This,
I'm sorry.
Rockfin video.
If we'd have taken the time,
enough,
we might have
Yeah.
been
stop
able
the
to
variance,
cut
but
this
it
up.
protects most people. So
It
what's going
just
on
would
here?
took
we are
too long.
basically
Would
being
take too long.
told that vaccinated people
Anyway,
who are
I'm
fully
playing.
vaccinated cannot go out in public without masks on until 100% of the population is vaccinated. And that rest of that population has to be blamed, castigated, and even criminalized. This is a disturbing idea. The idea that vaxxed people with some antibodies, no matter how weak the vaccine may be, are impacted by an unvaccinated person with no antibodies is just completely irrational rhetoric that only serves the agenda of big pharma. It's more illogical now that the vaxxed and unvaxxed are shown to transmit the virus just the same, as we heard Anthony Fauci say. So it's obviously a talking point to take advantage of fearful people, turn people against each other. And if you want a really good metaphor for what's taking place right now, imagine that you have a security system in your home and your neighbors don't have a security system and you attack them for not having that, even though your own home is protected.
Okay, this is where he does that whole thing about that you're requiring people to get vaccinated to protect the people wearing masks who are vaccinated.
Yeah.
And that's ridiculous.
Mm.
The reason people wear masks is to stop the transmission of virus. The people who need protection are the people who are unvaccinated. So you're asking the people who are vaccinated to keep wearing masks because they have some viral load, if they have a breakthrough COVID case, to protect the unvaccinated.
Yeah, it's not the other way around.
It's not the other way around. You're not asking the unvaccinated to get vaccinated and wear masks to protect the vaccinated.
No.
The vaccinated people are already unlikely to go to hospital, very unlikely to die. The people who will end up in hospital dying are the unvaccinated people.
Yeah.
And in the US, that's absolutely the case.
Yeah.
And in England, that's absolutely the case.
Yeah.
We see that. And in England, you see that. And that's the case, even though they've had 70% vaccinated.
Yeah. And now
and
children.
It doesn't, and nobody's saying, you have to keep this going forever, like he's implying.
Yeah.
The idea, like Australia is rushing to get vaccinated. It's not because people have been really slack. It's because we haven't had bloody vaccines. I think people would have taken them up long ago if they were available. Vaccines.
Yeah.
I know there's still a lot of people who go in for vaccine and they're not able to get one until September sometime. And this is very worrying here.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, people have used public health, like lockdowns and masks and that sort of stuff,
I don't think
selectively. And it hasn't been all the time, because we've done control, because we've done our contact tracing and managed to put out the bushfires when a fire would start. We've even in places like Sydney or Melbourne, where they now have a lockdown and have a problem, and have had more frequent problems, partly because they're much bigger population areas, and have a lot more people coming in from outside. Those places, for quite a lot of this last year, have had periods where they could all go out to a cafe and all that kind of stuff. I mean, maybe they haven't been able to go to a disco. But is a disco really necessary? I mean, and they've been able to go out to outdoor festivals and things like that.
The thing is, though, when you get like those 3,000 people that were anti-mask, anti-vaxxer marches, right, in New South Wales. The thing is, if they just if everybody would just for a while comply all at the same time, wear masks, and get vaccinated, whatever. If they just then we wouldn't have this unending thing.
Yeah.
That like
because when that happens, basically you can control it.
Yeah.
And
so they end up shooting themselves in the face because they end up dragging it out and and having a lockdown after a lockdown. If they just do it right the first time.
Holly earlier said freedom, D-U-M-B.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And people do carry on like that.
Yeah.
Stirred on internationally, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can understand why people have a problem with, particularly in the US, with the government, because the government doesn't give a toss about citizens. It doesn't care, and there's so much. They're constantly lying to people there. So I totally get it why there's that kind of thing going on. But I also have a real problem with that sort of, I'm going to do what I want and fuck everybody else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm going to do this because freedom. That is a real. That is a real, like, the sort of this.
I'm going to stand my ground and I won't back down.
Selfish. That selfishness.
You're not the boss of me. I can do whatever I like.
And
freedom.
Neoliberalism has contributed to that, where it's atomized society so much, and that there's no sort of real community. And also the constant vilification of everybody through the corporate media and everything has just created this sort of fuck you, I don't care what you do, as long as I've got mine, that's all that matters. And that's a real thing in the US that's been cultivated. They want people to be like that. And now when it really comes to for people to pull together and try and do the right thing, a lot of people, particularly with this sort of ridiculous hatred that people have for one another. I'm not saying everybody has it, but there's this real hatred between the right and the left. I'm talking about the faux left and the right. This sort of anything. If you said to somebody, "Oh, the moon is white," they'd say, "No, it's blue," because because they really don't like you and they're never ever going to agree with you, and that is sort of something that is just there. So I mean, I don't know, but the thing was, when Donald Trump was in office, people were still doing the anti-masker thing, weren't they? And then Biden's in, and he's awful too. And people are still doing it. So there's this element of, I've got mine. I'm not going to do what you say. I don't care I don't care. I'm just going to do what I want to do. And that is messed up.
It's kind of really ironic because really, I mean, if the people who are vaccinated wanted to fully take that on, they just say, "Oh, fine, we won't wear masks, and if you get sick," to the unvaccinated people, tough.
Yeah,
you
but I mean,
can wear your decision.
But the tragedy is there are people at home from those people that there are people at home and grandmas and uncles and aunties, and they might be just living their life and just trying to, and then somebody comes home who thinks they're a real hero for not wearing a mask and saying F the vaccine, and this person at home is paying the price. And that's the problem with this sort of thing, that unfortunately, and I do like Max and I do like his journalism and stuff, but this sort of contributes to that kind of suspicion about everything. Like he's mixing up real concerns of the COVID, the vaccine passport, and that probably being used to
as a power tool.
Yeah, as a power thing to stop people from coming into the country, to stop people coming over the borders, to kick people out or whatever. He's conflating that with real things, real things about COVID, real things about the variant, and he's sort of like he's cultivating that stuff about COVID and everything to suit his own bias, which is that he doesn't want a vaccine, really, even though he says he's not anti-vaccine. I bet you he will not have a vaccine,
and I don't think
and then he will be carrying that around. And he's actually, I think, what is he, 45? He should be a little bit careful, because I mean, he's got a reasonable age on him, but he's also, children are really affected now by this Delta variant. Children are severely affected now in hospital. So it's not.
And
It's
there's a
every
tendency
age
for
group.
young people to get long haul COVID.
Yes, long haul
which is disgusting.
COVID. Exactly,
I mean,
long haul COVID symptoms.
Jen Dyer from Status Quo had a horrible time.
We watched Jen Dyer's from Status Quo, and she's had long haul COVID symptoms now for about 9 months. And at one point, honestly, I was really worried about her mental health. I thought she might. I thought she was in such a bad way,
Yeah.
that I felt like she might do something. She probably wouldn't have, but I was really worried about her.
Yes.
And she's had also, and she's still suffering. This
And
is
she
9 months.
couldn't-
This
and
is
she
9 months
couldn't
later.
work.
No, she
She
couldn't
couldn't
work.
do anything.
She couldn't.
Even though she
It's-
would be working from
Yeah.
home on a computer, she couldn't.
She was profusely sweating. She had
She couldn't deal with her children
all
because she didn't
sorts
want
of
them to get it.
yeah. She had all sorts of symptoms. It was awful.
I mean,
And I was thinking, oh my God! And this is from an interview she was doing with Giuliani, Rudy Giuliani,
Yeah.
whose son or something didn't, had COVID.
it's
Probably
a
the whole
crowded
place
room,
had
and,
COVID.
and Giuliani
She was
and
wearing,
his son were both
Yeah, she was
COVID.
wearing a mask, but obviously there was a big viral load in this small room
Yeah.
because he wouldn't do it outside. Anyway, but anyhow, long haul COVID in children would be awful.
Yes.
They have mental fog. Their IQ can literally drop from it, and
they can end up with long-term
Yeah.
problems.
so I mean, just like you would think, just because there's people that can be affected, immunosuppressed people like people with HIV and people that have leukemia and children and old people and people that have got cancer. There's so many people, and now
Yeah.
on top of that now there's children. I mean,
Yeah.
there's so many age groups now can be affected. You would think that people would just go, oh, F it,
Yeah.
I'll
I
wear
just-
a fucking mask.
Yeah, I
for
mean, how
fuck's
hard
sake.
is it really?
What?
I mean, I want to say here that there are a few different issues here. One is the actual understanding of the disease, and then there's the public health things. And the public health things are like the lockdowns, the tracing, the mask wearing, and that kind of stuff. And those are things, I mean, it's interesting. It's like in the UK, they haven't had flu last year.
What's that?
They didn't have
Yes,
flu last
yes.
year because people were doing public health things. They
Yeah.
were wearing masks and washing their hands.
And there's been 1,000 people every year go to hospital in the UK from flu, and they
Yeah.
haven't. I don't think they've had that this year.
yeah. I
So
think there was 1,000
it's
people
amazing.
die.
And people
No,
have been
1,000 people die
Oh, die.
every year.
Sorry, yeah. And in Asia, people have been wearing masks for decades.
Yeah.
Because not only do they not want to pick up something, but they also, just out of courtesy, this is in Japan and
If they have a cold
out of
or
courtesy,
something.
they don't want, if they have a cold or something, they don't want to pass it on to someone else.
Yeah.
And when I was in Vietnam, Dede and I were in Vietnam in 2012. We went through a market, and I forgot about how virulent some of the strains of different
Yeah.
bacteria, whatever, are viruses. And Dede picked it up first. It was a virus, and then I picked it up about a week later.
That's because I
It
went
was
deeper into the market.
really bad. And
Yeah.
if we'd been wearing a mask,
Yeah.
although there weren't really any people, I didn't see
That was
anybody
a few
wearing a
years
mask.
ago. Yeah.
But this is like 2012. If we'd been both wearing a mask, though, we probably would have been okay. But
Yeah.
but that's
I mean, if
something.
people did those public health things
Yeah.
with the Spanish flu, you wouldn't have seen many people get it at all.
What's that, Dede? Sorry.
If during the Spanish flu,
Yes.
people were doing the kind of health things that we're talking about.
Exactly.
But I don't think people understood things
No.
that well at that point.
Yeah.
Anyway, and the communication wasn't as good, and it came as a bit of a surprise for people a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, masks have never been a big deal, like being a former nurse and everything. I mean, we're always wearing masks.
Yeah.
And it's just something you would do. And there was MRSA in hospitals in 1978, and we would do the whole fully gowned up and the masks and stuff. I mean, it's just that's how you prevent,
Disease.
disease and infection. It's
Yeah.
nothing special.
yeah.
It's
That's
sensible.
just public health
And
standard practice.
Sure,
stuff.
it can be a little uncomfortable on a hot day. God, we had to wear one when we flew up to when Mum was really ill and stuff. Hey,
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
was. But I mean, when you think about the benefits of it, and how it's about everybody. This is the problem: the loss of community, the loss of care of community in society due to capitalism and due to corporate media pushing all these awful, hateful things about people and all of that. It's just sort of that's we've got to really cultivate community now. We really have to, don't we, Dede? To actually survive, we have to actually have a care about other people.
And you can see how that works in different countries.
Yes.
Like where Australia's managed to really not have much COVID at all for the last year. And we've had very few people die. I mean, instead of hundreds of thousands of people die, we've had, have we, I think it's a couple of hundred?
Yes. I don't know.
It's not many.
Yeah.
And, like the difference, you look at China and how quickly they got things together.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's a socialist country, and it has a command economy, and they can just say, we need to do this for the population, we'll just do it.
Yeah. And look, sorry.
And I was going to say, going on my earlier thought, there's the disease, there's the public health stuff, and then there's the vaccine. And the idea of the vaccine is that when you get enough people vaccinated, you can slack off on the public health stuff.
Yeah.
Because people already have some immunity. Because the biggest problem with disease is when you're when a disease meets a virgin population, what they call a virgin population, one that's not been exposed to the disease.
Yeah.
I mean, when Captain Cook landed in Hawaii, within 40 years, 86% of the population was dead.
Yeah.
And most of that was from measles.
Yeah.
And measles, I mean, when I was a kid, everybody had measles.
Yeah.
And you gave measles. If somebody up the street had measles, any kid who hadn't had measles went up to play with them so they would get it, because it becomes fatal when you're a bit older.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Mumps is not a lot of fun to
and,
throw.
And these days, I mean, I had measles, chickenpox.
Yeah.
These days, there's vaccines for that.
Yeah.
But
and I mean, we're not rah for vaccine. I mean, but I'd much like, but it's sort of like, for example.
But I don't want tetanus.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. I mean, if there's a chance of having your jaw lock up and all that sort of stuff, or having an injection, and and you prevent that, well, that's great. But it's like with this AstraZeneca that they've been pushing here mostly, because they bought a whole bunch of AstraZeneca, and instead of and then they wanted to get rid of it. So unfortunately, Dede had to have that, and I was sort of. We didn't really. I was lucky. I was got this Pfizer one, and I haven't had the second injection yet. And Dede's only had one AstraZeneca injection. She has to have the second one, and that's 3 months later. But we were concerned about, there was a few people died, of a thrombocytopenia, a terrible clotting kind of effect of that. Yeah. And so that's why I wasn't in any rush for her to have that vaccine. But then when you look at what COVID is like when you get it, Dede would definitely succumb to that, because she's got chronic asthma, and it's pretty hard. So she would probably, and I don't know, I probably wouldn't do so well either. I mean, we're both at advanced years, aren't we, Dede?
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm
10 years older than you.
So there was this toss up with Dede. Well, it was like it becomes like COVID, or just hope the vaccine you don't have a terrible reaction to it, right? Yeah. And we won't know if it's okay for the next month, because apparently it can happen in the first 4 days, or it can happen during the month. So we won't know. But I mean, a lot of people, like this doctor that we go to, she said she's never had any problems with it, giving that AstraZeneca. So I mean, we just have to hope that that's okay. But I mean, it really becomes a case of COVID or
I had the
have
choice.
A vaccine.
I thought I might have the choice, if they were going to get enough mRNA virus vaccines in, that I might have the choice between AstraZeneca and an mRNA. And I would much prefer an mRNA, in part because it works better against the variants, in part because you can be fully vaccinated much more quickly, in part because of the clotting thing. But when that's obviously Australia's a shit show as far as its vaccine rollout, and we're not going to, we were told that some of the vaccine they were supposed to get in October won't come till next year, and all this
So
stuff.
you just like
so
they're
so
just,
my choice was really with the stuff in Sydney. Do I get AstraZeneca or do I risk COVID? And that was an easy choice to make too.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, we just decided to go that way, and that and I'll get my next one in a couple of weeks, and
then Trish will go out, and I won't.
Yeah, and I mean, you can still get the COVID, you can still get the Delta variant if you've got double vaccinated, don't you, Dede?
Yes, but it's a lot.
It's a lot less.
It's 88% efficacy.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
You've got a lot less chance of getting it.
Yeah, a lot less chance of getting severe disease.
And if you do get it, it won't be severe.
Yeah.
But you have less chance of getting it too.
Yes, right.
That's what the efficacy means.
And yes, that's right. Anyway, we should have a look at this next thing.
Okay.
I hope this is all making sense. It's pretty dog's breakfast, for want of a better term.
Yeah.
But
you might want to look at what people are saying too.
Yeah, I am.
I can't
so
see
it's
it.
like they found a new, and I could say something a bit conspiratorial too to add to this, because I want people. Things come up in your head sometimes. Like this is way back when it first happened, when it first started in China. Things came up in my head, how interesting it was, the coincidence of, China being a target of the US, and then suddenly there's this, there's this extreme sort of very contagious pandemic starts in China, and also after troops had been around that area in Wuhan and stuff like that. And this, because, it's really hard these days with the imperialist nature of the US and how
many
there's
lies
nothing,
and propaganda they put
there's
out.
nothing they would, like, by any means necessary, right?
Yeah.
It just, that came up in my head. That's all I'm going to say about it, but it was just sort of like, I just thought, how interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
of
Lyme
all the
disease
countries,
was caused from a U.S. Lyme disease was caused by a biowarfare thing.
Yeah, and the benefits to to the capitalist class since this has happened have been massive.
Yeah.
I mean, they've made $1 trillion on top of, the billionaires or whatever. But anyway, that's just a side.
Aside from, the disease, the public health, and the vaccines, then you get into what does the government do?
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, our government was run by a Pentecostal lunatic who believes in the rapture and doesn't care.
Yeah.
And so he hasn't pursued the virus thing. So the vaccine thing. So we're stuck on vaccinated.
Yeah, but it's almost like a 9/11. It's almost like they're using it as a 9/11 event. Pinning it on China as if in their insanity they would have started something that's going to affect their own country.
Yeah.
Seriously. And then anyway.
And they'll use it for the rich to get richer, and they'll use it.
But who's been making the most of it has been the U.S. and the capitalist class, and they've been making the most hay from it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should do another section.
And doing incredibly poorly at the same time.
Yeah.
Everything we were told at the beginning of the pandemic
little,
and throughout the pandemic, that if we got just enough people vaccinated, that we would get through this together. Now that that's failed, we have the unvaccinated, a convenient scapegoat for a official failure, and possibly for completely the wrong approach to what just took place. And I should mention, because I was going to talk, I talked about the eviction crisis in in my Moderate Rebels stream.
Okay, so this is blaming. He's talking about blaming the unvaccinated for the problem.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes, the U.S. I mean, this is part of the problem. The government there is a shit show.
Yes.
And the lack of public health. I mean, what they should be looking at is the lack of public health, and what they should be looking at is the lack of any kind of support of people who are not employed. And here they gave actually quite generous amounts of money to people who were unemployed or made unemployed. They had JobKeeper allowance, which was rorted by businesses, of course, because that's what they do. But I mean, they paid workers and businesses for workers who weren't able to work because of COVID.
Yeah.
This helped the businesses stay afloat. It helped all kinds of things. We have a disgracefully low unemployment benefit. Of course, the U.S. doesn't have the same kind of. Our unemployment benefit doesn't depend on how much money you've put in when you were employed or how long you've been unemployed. It just depends on whether or not you're unemployed. If you're unemployed, you get money. Unfortunately, they haven't increased. Our governments have been shit, and they haven't increased it in 25 years.
So it's disgusting. It's
so it hasn't
poverty.
kept up.
In the United States, because of this gig economy and stuff, and because like Uber and Lyft and DoorDash and all of those they make it so that people are not employees. They're like what are they? Contractors, and so they don't give them unemployment. There's no unemployment thing. There's no holidays. There's no
anything.
There's no anything, and that's expanding. That's going to expand across the country. So that
it's disgusting.
It's disgusting. It really is. It's
but
disgusting.
The U.S. has no public health. It has no support for the unemployed. It has a disgraceful education thing. And not only is it massively expensive to have a university education, but the public schools are just poorly funded as hell, and they're really in shambles. And so you've got no education, and they don't care about housing.
No.
And
now, just recently,
and now the rich are taking advantage of it all.
Dede, in California now, they've literally brought in where it's illegal to be laying down or having any belongings. Basically, they've made it now literally illegal in California to be homeless. And you can get a citation or whatever, or end up in prison, I guess, because you can't pay for the citation. I mean, the insanity. Anyway, we should Dede, we should probably get on, otherwise this is going to be the longest live stream.
Well, it'll be the longest live stream. It's going to be about 3 hours.
What? No. Well, no. But anyway, it's been an hour already. So.
Okay. Anyway, yes, I think everybody knows what's wrong with the U.S. anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, why are all these people on the chopping block for eviction? Why does everybody need unemployment, which is now being taken away? Why is all this happening? Because the response, besides the push for mass vaccination and developing these warp speed vaccines, was a massive lockdown that shut down large parts of the economy, unemployed people, and then put their kids out of school. So the socially harmful impact of the lockdowns is only just beginning to be felt, and 11 million people could be out on the street. But we're supposed to just accept that and say, well, let's just have a little Band-Aid solution, an eviction moratorium. Let's hope Brett Kavanaugh makes the right decision here. So,
okay, he's talking about the eviction moratorium here and evictions, and basically blaming it on the lockdown. It's like, but honest to God, if you had just let COVID run rampant through that country, I mean, they did a pretty good job of letting it run rampant anyway.
Yeah, they did.
It became pretty endemic.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it had been really endemic, then you'd have had so many people dying or ill. And in the United States, if you get ill, that means you rack up a massive hospital bill and go broke and lose your house and and become homeless anyway. And it's like, it's not the fault of COVID.
No.
And it's not the fault of public health mechanisms. It's the fault of capitalism and the absolute lack of support for people. And absolutely.
I mean, the fact that they haven't, like, and
the death toll would have been huge, and
the fact that this Cory Bush had to, I don't really feel like, I feel like a lot of what goes on with politicians is all photo ops and stuff. Okay, but putting that aside, I know that she was homeless for two years before she was elected, so I know she's actually had experience of homelessness, and she sat on the steps slept on the steps for 5 days or something. To have to even, I mean, she should be so embarrassed about her government.
Yeah.
She should be appalled and embarrassed that she is a part of a party where you have to literally sleep out on the steps for 5 days and embarrass them into doing what is morally right. I mean, if that doesn't show the world what a fucking shit show that duopoly is, that they are appalling psychopaths who are okay with 10 million people on top of everybody else that's been evicted during the pandemic, because the landowners find a way of kicking you out anyway. They circumvent the eviction moratorium, and the fact that she had to do that, everybody should be like, I mean, it's, and then I mean, if you've watched that video, just by the by, if you watch that video where Max Blumenthal is actually interviewing her, and he was talking about why didn't the squad, in quotes, force the vote, and immediately her handlers came in and swooped her away, and she let them. So anyway, I have little faith in any of those people. I don't care even if she's experienced homelessness. I know she helped get that on the map, but it was only because she embarrassed that party into doing something. But they've only
they need to do more of that stuff, but they need to not fucking back away from things like Medicare for all.
Medicare for all. I mean
that's these public health,
it's this piecemeal bullshit that they're doing. Anyway, but you can't pretty up capitalism. That's why all these parties that aren't rejecting capitalism, I feel like that's a huge mistake.
And the thing, while it's been a great opportunity for the rich or for government to crack down on this or that, or put in restrictions for this and that, and see if they can find any way they can make lemonade out of these particular lemons.
Sure.
You know, what it's really done in some ways is expose capitalism as a disgusting system that's happy to let people die.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. And this end-stage capitalism, and it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
They will do what they can get away with. Anything they can get away with, they will get away with it. And who's going to stop them? Yeah. What country is going to say, the U.S. needs an intervention, we better go in and militarily intervene?
It needs a regime
just like
change.
The U.S. is always saying to other countries that have really got nothing. The only thing that they've done wrong is that they've used their resources for their own country, and the U.S. decides, that's not right.
We
don't do that sort of thing, and we don't want you to do that sort of thing, so we're going to invade you and then take your resources, because you're not going to have them for your country. But anyway, if ever there was a country that needed some sort of intervention, it's the US. Because look at what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're heading that way here in Australia. That's why one of the many reasons being an anti-imperialist is so important.
And it's
an anti-capitalist, because what happens in the US is a test case. For any other country, any other Western country, the US is a test case.
Anybody wants to see what happens with capitalism, look at the US under
just
COVID.
Watch that's the way Australia is going.
And also, the only time anything moves is when people get out there and do something. And if Cori Bush did anything, she at least got out there and did something on the street. She didn't just try and convince, legislators.
And then all those other people, the squad come down for photo ops and stuff. It's all sickening. But anyway, the way Cori Bush allowed those handlers to move her away from Max Blumenthal when she was trying to
not a good sign
to make, and she let them, which is not a good sign. Anyway, we should go on to the thing. I just don't trust any of them. I think they know exactly the kind of party they've. Dede, before you start that, you have to let me know when you start it, because I'm actually on a 7-second delay.
I know.
I know, I'm just trying to explain to people. Sorry if I'm talking over the front of these videos, is because I'm on a 7-second delay, and Dede doesn't tell me when she started the video, so sorry about that.
I do. You say
start
it. You say start it, and I do.
Oh, do I? No, I never said start it the last time.
Yeah.
And people are probably thinking, God, she doesn't know when to shut up. That's true. I don't.
Okay, I'm going to start this.
Okay.
2% overall, or 64% this last month, supporting a vaccine mandate. 70% support requiring a COVID-19 vaccine to get on an airplane. Airplanes are very well ventilated. I've flown on many, many flights since the pandemic began. I mean, it's purely anecdotal, but I didn't get COVID on those flights. But the important thing is that the vaccines do not prevent you from spreading it to other people, nor do they prevent you from getting a breakthrough case. They only prevent you from hospitalization or severe illness. I don't know if
Okay, that's not entirely true. I mean, it's true that you can get a breakthrough case, but it's also true that the vaccines are efficacious, at least against the Delta. I mean, it's 88% efficacious.
Yeah.
The efficacy is 88%.
Yeah.
That means it will give you a really good chance of not getting COVID if you're exposed to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's impossible. That's why they call it a breakthrough case, because it's not the usual thing.
Yeah.
Where if you weren't vaccinated, you're almost certainly going to get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And airplanes are, they're not all that well ventilated. Yes, the air gets filtered, but it's pretty much recycled and stuff like that. I mean, the planes fly pretty high.
Yeah.
And yeah, I also, like this particular vaccine, it's not particularly an aerosol spread one. It is spread by droplets and so on. So
what did you say, sorry?
Not the vaccine. Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be fun.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Whee!
No, the disease is spread by droplets.
Yeah.
And so if the hostess, or what do you call them?
Flight attendant.
Flight
Hostess.
attendant.
Jeez Louise.
Flight attendant.
What are we, back in 1980?
Yes, I'm showing my age.
Go
I was having word finding problems. The flight attendant.
Dede had a vaccination like about 36 hours ago,
Yeah,
and yesterday she was feeling a bit off color, so she's probably still a bit off color from the vaccine, this AstraZeneca thing. Yeah. It's a little bit heavy.
Anyway, yes, the flight attendants. I mean, if they had it or got something, they could spread it. If somebody, breathed on their tray or their little trolley, they could give it to half the plane.
Yes.
Yeah, it's. I can understand. I can understand why. Like in England when they opened up, there were a lot of people who went out, young people, to clubs where they were all really close to each other without masks, jumping up and down in an enclosed space.
Yeah.
I'm sure a bunch of people got COVID from that.
What's the story with Florida? Why are things so wackadoo there? Like people just ignore everything.
Because they're stupid people.
That's
They're
not
profoundly stupid people in Florida. I think it's a case of if you're not stupid, you move. If you're stupid, you move there.
We have friends in Florida, Dede.
We do. They're not all stupid.
No,
we keep telling them to get out, and they don't pay any attention. So we have to question some of their judgment. But people move there.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I don't understand. And that DeSantis fellow isn't that? He's like a terrible. Anyway, so what? So I'm having. I just want you to know I can't hear these videos that Dede's playing because we don't have a kind of a connected to the same video. So unfortunately I can't really make a lot of comment on the actual video, but I can make a comment on Dede's comments. That's about it.
Yeah.
Subjects, the people polled here, were told any of that. Requiring children to get vaccines in order to be allowed in school. This is flu vaccines, influenza vaccines are not required, as far as I know, for children to be in school. And that's because influenza is not lethal for children who have very, very active, strong immune systems. There's very little evidence that COVID-19 threatens children. And yet we haven't really seen any serious testing long-term on the effects that this emergency authorized vaccine has on children.
Okay. So this is his business about children. He's saying, why would they require children to be vaccinated before they come to school? As far as I know, they're not really requiring children to be vaccinated.
I don't know what's going on.
I think the general advice so far has been that you certainly don't vaccinate children under 11. And that it's probably not a great idea, basically because you want other people to be vaccinated first, to vaccinate kids under 18.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even sure in Australia it's available for kids under 18, is it?
I don't know.
I think it's only above 18. We've had this rollout where they gave it to old people first and then progressively younger people, and that's why a lot of young people haven't been vaccinated here. And I'm talking about people who are in their 30s and 40s who seem young to me still.
That's good.
And
yeah, I even see people that are 45, 50.
You might have, kids aren't allowed into school without being vaccinated. Well, I think that's true in some universities in the U.S. They have a restriction that they don't want them to come back to class in classroom classes until they've been vaccinated. I think you can generally do university online these days, in most cases.
Yeah.
But as far as regular schools, but it's also not true. I mean, polio, you did get required to be vaccinated before you came to school.
Yeah.
Certainly in my time, when they were trying to make sure everybody was vaccinated.
Was that true?
They did that.
When he said
and
70...
Trish, that was you too.
What's that? Polio,
Polio,
yeah,
yeah.
and German measles, yeah.
You weren't allowed unless you
Is that
got
what they
vaccinated.
call it now, German measles? Is it, or is
well,
there
there's
another
German
name?
measles, yeah.
I just
Rubella.
wondered. It's rubella, that's it.
Yeah.
Did he say 72 vaccines for children in the U.S.? Is that true? 72?
I don't know. Did he say that?
I don't know.
70,
That's
what's
insane.
72 vaccines?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, he did that. He said that.
Is that true? Or is he just
I think it may be.
exaggerating? Oh my God, that's so
who
awful.
knows?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know that they give them, in my opinion, too young and too frequently,
Yeah.
and they have too many mixed vaccines.
Adjuvants. They've got
where
weird,
They use
powerful...
weird adjuvants,
Yeah.
and they do multiple vaccines where
At
you
one
get
time.
vaccinated for
Yeah,
half a dozen or
Yeah.
more things at once.
yeah.
And I think that's not a wise thing to do.
No.
Yeah, like
No, you're not even
my
allowed to
daughter
talk
was
about that.
vaccinated,
I-
but I made sure. Yeah, I think I waited a bit longer than the earliest possible time,
Yeah.
and her vaccines were all spread out. But
Yeah.
I mean, what he's saying is wrong, and when you're thinking of, you have to think, instead of thinking that you're trying to protect the vaccinated from the unvaccinated, what you're trying to do is protect the unvaccinated from the potentially from anybody, really.
You know what sometimes this feels like when people go that direction? It feels like almost like some people view themselves as this sort of little bit of a superhuman part of the species that they don't, they can't get.
Well, that's
it.
like that guy.
Yeah, we read this about this poor man. He's 42, wasn't he, Dede?
Yeah, 42.
Really muscly.
He's an
He
Iron
never had
Man, which means he
Yeah.
goes swimming, bicycling, and racing or
Yeah,
something.
he never had any sort of
Disease.
pre-existing
climber.
conditions. He was in the UK and he died in hospital of COVID. He was an anti-vaxxer and an anti-masker, I think.
Yeah.
And he died of COVID, and he was completely healthy and a mountaineering kind of guy. And that's the sad thing. It's like there are more of that kind of thing, because particularly with this Delta variant, and that's really sad. And it's like it's just sort of this. I don't know. It's this. I'd be interested to see if there's any gender thing with this too. Where you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The way there's sort of more.
I think it would be interesting to look at the gender thing by
that
country.
attitude by country, yes.
Because there's a lot of stupid women in America too.
So we sound
You look
terrible,
at the
don't we?
gun nuts.
Let's not offend people. There's a lot of wonderful people in America.
There are a lot of wonderful people in the U.S.
There is a certain group of people that just kind of, if you kind of said, oh look, let's do this for the community's sake, it's like, no, freedom. It's that kind of craziness.
I mean, you've got people like DeVos and things like that who are just
Betsy DeVos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are just crazy people.
Yeah. The Christian fascist
and
sort of types.
And they're in government, and in
they're
charge of
definitely in
education.
government.
And you think, my God, you know.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested if you wanted to look at it by gender to see what countries that,
But
whether
isn't
that
that
applied as much in Australia
Yeah.
as in the US or
But
in
isn't
the
that
UK.
an interesting take, though, that he has on that he actually thinks it's the other way around? Like, where did
Yeah.
he get that from?
I don't
Like,
know.
where did he come up with that?
Because it's an imposition
Like,
on
are
him.
we all the weaklings that are wearing the masks and everything, and so they've got to be, you know what I mean? That sort of crazy,
Yeah.
that kind of
The
strange
people who aren't
take
strong
on
enough to stand up to government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The people that just fall around and just follow whatever the government says, and then follow whatever Big Pharma says, and follow whatever
Yeah.
Dr. Fauci says. I mean, seriously and truly,
Yeah.
I think there's enough people that mistrust most governments, and I think that's a healthy thing to be mistrustful
Yeah.
of governments. There are some things, though.
Definitely.
There can be more than it's a nuanced thing, you know. Like,
well,
just
it's
because
just
the government
a
is
rational thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if the government says, there's a massive fire, maybe you should evacuate. Maybe you should evacuate.
Yes.
You don't have to go, I'm not going to do what the government says.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, you can be healthily mistrustful of the government, and you
And
can
still be
expect
sensible.
and still do some things that are in people's best interest. You can
Yeah.
do that, and you can look at all the things. Like, I really dislike this government that's in office at the moment. They don't give a toss about the public.
We're talking the
right?
federal government.
I'm talking
yeah.
about the federal government. Sorry, not the state government. The federal government, Scott
Our
Morrison.
state one
but
isn't
they're
that great either. But
Pardon? The
Our
state
state
one's not
government
great
isn't so
here either,
great,
no. But they're a little bit better than the federal government. But I mean,
way better.
Yeah. But I mean, there are things that sometimes even a broken clock can be right twice a day. Like Scott Morrison will say things that are true.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the time he's just grandstanding, and he doesn't care a toss about the public.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not as far gone as the United States is, but it's pretty far gone, isn't it, Dede?
It is. It's
I
as
mean,
far
it's a
gone
horror
as he
story.
can go
Yeah, it's as far as he can get away with.
in a
He'll
little
only-
country that
Yeah.
doesn't really. Yeah,
And he'll
part
get
of,
in
part
again.
of the
This is
Australian. They
the
talk about
dreadful-
Australian values. One of the Australian values is up yours. To
Yeah,
the government is really not trustful.
Oh, one of the Australian values used to be a fair go for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, that's gone.
yeah.
Anyway, but the anyhow, whatever with the Australian government, but it's just sort of like, I'm sure he's going to get in again. And I've said recently to Dede that Peter Dutton, who is a absolute wannabe fascist, he will
He's a
be
thug.
horror story. He will
Yeah.
make Scott Morrison look like a picnic.
Yeah.
And I feel like if he gets in next time, if there's a spill, a liberal spill, LNP spill, and he gets in, then I'm going to really suspect that the CIA had something to do with
And
that. I
the
really
unfortunate thing is that Scott Morrison could
Mark
get
my
elected, and there could be a spill immediately
am. Hi,
afterwards.
Jen. Yes, if there's a spill and he gets in, I will be absolutely suspecting that the CIA's got something to do with that.
Yeah.
And that's not. And just mark my words if that happens.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway, just going back to this
Yes.
whole business about schools and stuff like that. I'm sorry, like if a kid comes to school with lice, they'll say,
yeah.
"Go home,
Yeah,
get rid
yeah.
of your lice."
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's like, and this is really for the protection of the unvaccinated mainly,
Yeah.
and also of the people who might get it and take it home to their families,
Yeah.
Including their grandparents.
Yeah.
Because people have grandparents.
And now
kids.
we have the children with the COVID variant, and that's very severe.
and now,
Anyway,
now we are seeing children getting it.
yeah.
Um,
And that was just a matter of time, wasn't it? Because that's what viruses do, don't they, Dede?
Yeah, they mutate.
They mutate, and they try and find as many hosts as they can,
Yeah.
don't they?
Yep.
Excuse me. How are you, Jen? Are you back to that job that you enjoy, that vegan job? And just remember, speaking of vegans and stuff, just remember that these are zoonotic diseases, and if we weren't using animals and if we weren't doing the whole animal products with the meat and dairy, eggs, fish,
It
etc.,
wouldn't
and
be anywhere near as frequent.
and these wet markets and all this sort of stuff, and the industrialized farming where they plow in millions of tons of antibiotics as a prophylactic for animals. This is that's more a bacterial thing, but if we didn't have all this going on, we probably would be in a much better shape. We wouldn't have antibiotic resistance that's absolutely skyrocketing, and we wouldn't have so many zoonotic diseases all mutating and jumping to humans. So that's something to remember. That's another reason of thousands of reasons to be vegan. But the most important one, of course, is that animals are not our property. They're sentient, and we have to stop using them. It's time to do that. And it's a moral imperative. So we all need to go vegan for peace and for the climate crisis, for this sort of thing, for future pandemics that could help be prevented. So it's just so many reasons. I just can't understand why people want to just make all these excuses all the time. It drives me nuts. Anyway,
I'll put this next bit on. Why isn't it coming on? It's buffering. Rockfin is buffering.
Is it?
Here's what Don Lemon
buffering? Maybe you
need to say about what
Can you do a refresh?
It's the
happen to people
Don Lennon. No, it's on.
who are unvaccinated.
Okay.
Don Lemon tonight. Starts right now.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people are not going to agree with this, but don't get the vaccine. You can't go to the supermarket. Don't have the vaccine. You don't show it. Can't go to the ball game. Don't have the vaccine. Can't go to work. Don't have the vaccine. Can't come here. No shirt. No shoes. No service. That's what I think we should be right now, because we.
Okay, I won't. I'll skip this because it's buffering so badly.
Okay.
But
have you refreshed, by the way, Rockfin? Just hold on a sec, Dede. I have to go to the.
Okay. I mean, I don't know who would trust Don Lennon, really. And he's clearly being a dick. I mean, the no suit, no shoes, no service thing has been used badly for a long time. The fact that would be his go-to thing is kind of pretty bad. But, I don't think his attitude reflects any kind of public health stance. It's not like saying, oh, well, you're just stupid, you can't come in here. That is kind of consistent with what Max is saying about people are being negative and blaming the unvaccinated. But I don't think the fact that some guy from CNN who isn't known for his ethics or whatever says that.
Are you talking about Cuomo?
No, I'm talking about what's his name on CNN, Don Lemon.
I don't know anything about Don Lemon, darling.
Yeah.
Did he?
Ah, yeah.
I don't think Don Lemon's a problem.
Oh, well. He's just sitting there saying, well, you just don't let him into anything. No shirt, no shoes, no service. I think that's not the way public health stuff works. I mean, basically, if somebody has COVID, yes, you don't want them running around in the public. If somebody doesn't have COVID, well, there's certainly places you wouldn't want people who is unvaccinated and might be at risk of getting COVID. One of those places is aged care homes. Like the idea that you would have unvaccinated staff who might get COVID and spread it to a bunch of 80-year-olds who are in an aged care home because they're already having health problems and can't look after themselves.
A bunch of people already, healthcare workers saying, I'm not going to have the vaccine
Well, yes, I think there are some. And Trish was saying, wasn't there some people who've actually said that? And yes, I think there are. And I'll play a clip in a little bit about hospital workers who said that, who say they don't want to have COVID. It's their right not to have it. And I mean, that's kind of an insanity as far as I'm concerned, because you're liable to, first off, get COVID much more readily if you're in a hospital where sick people with COVID are coming in, and you're liable to pass it on to anybody else who's sick. And Trish, you have that that medical malpractice stat. How many people die of medical malpractice in the U.S.?
440,000 a year in the U.S.
44,000. 44,000.
No,
400 and 40,000 people a year die of medical malpractice in the U.S. That they know of. And that's a really frightening figure. And I wonder how many people die of diseases that they pick up in hospital. Yeah. I mean, there's certainly a number of things like golden staph, which are mainly passed on through hospitals. So the idea that you would have people who are at risk of, who are already saying, I get to decide what I'm going to do, and I'm not going to get vaccinated in an area where I'm liable to get this disease and liable to pass it on to vulnerable people, and I mean people who are ill who come into hospital. It's crazy. Yeah, it's an insanity. It's, of course, you hope that you wouldn't have to mandate it. Of course you do. But like in Australia, they've tried to use education and not mandate it. And the result is somebody in an aged care home ended up killing, half a dozen people. That was in Tasmania. That was that guy in Burnie. Yeah, the aged care worker who was working in 3 hospitals, multiple jobs, aged care homes.
He killed 8 people.
And I think 8 people, I think almost all the people in Tasmania who've died have died from that.
Oh, wow. Mm.
I mean, he didn't slice their throat. He gave them COVID. He gave people in the hospital COVID. People in the hospital spread it around. The people who were old or ill got it and died. I think it's 8. I don't quote me on that. But it was the majority of people who've died.
Yeah. Anyway, we should do some more.
And okay.
Well, this will be the longest live stream in the thing.
It won't. We've had some very long ones with No Man's Sky.
Hey?
We've had some very long No Man's Sky.
And we just have to look at Max's face all day.
Yeah. No Man's Sky is more fun to look at.
Even though he's got quite a nice face.
But he's not moving.
No.
Okay. Let's see if I can line this up. Okay, here we go.
Be denied the ability to vote.
Excuse me.
But let's first talk about the vaccine passport. It's called the Pass to the City. This is a new mechanism for mass surveillance that will bring more and more people into a highly securitized system and will aim to force people who have been able to protect their privacy to be into a system that may not be secure. MSNBC, there was even a piece in MSNBC warning about this. MSNBC, this is a bastion of, this is the place where people go who support these kind of measures de Blasio is imposing. And the op-ed says the lack of a federal privacy law leaves digital vaccine passports vulnerable to privacy breaches. They don't solve the glaring problem of vaccination inequality, and perhaps most dangerously, they risk reinforcing a system of haves and have-nots, when our poor and marginalized communities are already suffering disproportionately in the pandemic. That's such a key line. It's such an important line because in New York City, I mean, so many people think that it's just the Trumpers who are refusing to take the vaccine out there in West Virginia, in the holler. And, oh, why would I want them eating at a restaurant with me anyway? Why would I want some guy at the next table with a MAGA hat? This is the perfect opportunity. It provides me with the chance to exclude those MAGA insurrectionists from all the spaces I go to. Fuck them. But that's not what this is actually going to do, particularly in New York City, where the highest rates of unvaccination are the Bronx and Brooklyn, in areas where large amounts of people of color who are not upper class people who love to dine out at a nice restaurant in Upper West Side Manhattan and enjoy the night live. These are the people who are in the back of the kitchen. These are the busboys. These are the people who wash the dishes. These are the people who deliver the food. And these are the people who will be denied employment under Bill de Blasio's new regime. They are the have-nots. And why? Why don't they want the vaccine? Well, there are so many reasons. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has actually acknowledged that her constituents, many of them do not want to get this emergency authorized vaccine. And she chalks it up to the fact that they don't know it's free because healthcare in this country is not public and nothing is free. And so they always get stuck with a bill. But there are other realities. I mean, I live in a majority Black community in Washington, D.C., and my neighbors who don't want to get vaccinated also are suspicious about the health effects of the vaccine. They don't feel threatened by the virus, that the virus will kill them. And there's the whole history of Black people, Black Americans being experimented on and being used as test gerbils and being harmed and tortured and killed by scientific authorities, as in the Tuskegee experiment. And this has not been acknowledged. But the only
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Somehow I don't think that, I can understand why nobody would trust the U.S. government.
Yeah.
Because both sides of the duopoly are very clearly working for the rich and don't give a shit about people.
Yeah.
I can understand why it'd be a little bit leery. Particularly, I mean, I grew up in the States and
Oh, can't hear Dede. Have you got your thing on? Oh, say that all again, Dede.
Oh, I was saying this is Max
Thanks,
talking about
Chris.
the Tuskegee experiment,
Yeah.
where people were given syphilis, Black people were given syphilis
Yeah.
without being told, in order to see what happened when they got advanced syphilis and died.
Yes. Appalling. Yeah.
That's appalling.
Yeah. And that's just one of many kind of things that they've done.
But it's
Anyway.
it's pretty clear that getting a vaccine is not that. Particularly when you go into a place where they're giving it to everybody.
Everybody, any
you can
white
go to
people,
a vaccine
whatever.
center
Yeah.
where it's white people,
Yeah.
middle class people, everything else.
Yeah.
But what he's saying about not trusting the government, well, you'd be crazy in the U.S. to trust the government because it's pretty clear both sides of the duopoly are working for the rich and for themselves and don't give a shit about people.
Yeah.
And it's also, like I grew up in the U.S. and I know that unless somebody had actually a broken limb or like a major cut where you were bleeding out or something like that, we wouldn't go to a hospital or a doctor or anything just because it costs so much. We'd think twice about anything. People often get their teeth pulled rather than go to dentists and
appalling.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's appalling, and that's what happens when you don't have public health.
Yeah. Yeah, free public
But
health care. That's what
and
happens.
and if people aren't getting vaccines because they don't know it's free, then that's terrible.
Mm.
But that should be you should be educating people. You should be saying,
Yeah.
yeah, no, this is free. Go get it.
Uh,
You don't sit there and say, oh yeah, you should be suspicious of the
yeah.
government.
No.
You know, because that's
I know.
not
See,
helpful.
Well, see, this is not helpful. What he's saying
Yeah.
here, because like there's enough distrust and stuff. If they go to a vaccination place which has all kinds of people going there, then
Yeah.
it probably is probably fine. If if they
Yeah.
have a special thing for black people, a special center just for black people, then maybe, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's
And
not a helpful.
and things like digital vaccine cards or whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, honest to God, there's so much searching and information collection. People have mobile phones.
yeah,
They don't need vaccine things. They're
No.
already being tracked everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
And they listen to you.
I mean,
and they'll
yeah,
use their
we're
cameras.
tracked
and
and surveilled to death,
you're
basically.
tracked and surveilled to death.
I can. I mean, we have phones that literally you'll say something, mention a specific, really specific product, and literally in the next 5 minutes you're getting ads for that absolutely specific product that you've never looked for online or anything like that. Phones are constantly sort of,
And although the U.S. is probably going to use digital vaccine things
Yeah, sure.
in some way to help track
Sure.
people or
Sure.
whatever,
Yeah.
surveil people, that doesn't mean it creates capitalism.
Yeah.
Digital anything, just because it's digital doesn't mean it's going to create inequality. The inequality is already
Yeah,
there.
the inequality's there, and
And that governs how everything is used.
yeah.
And the desire for power and power possessors dictate how an awful lot of things are
Yeah.
used.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And yes, they can, like I mentioned, when the government isn't providing it in a free way, really, this vaccine, and the big pharma decides, okay, these boosters now are going to cost, $60 or $70, and then you get all these poorer people that cannot afford that, and then
Yeah.
they can't get their vaccine passport. Of course, that's going to end up with this vaccine apartheid, this sort of medical apartheid sort of situation where they can then exclude people from going to voting centres and going to this and going to that and coming into the country and yada, yada, yada. Yes, all that can happen. But I mean,
But the U.S. government and other governments are already doing everything they can in that way to control people,
Yeah.
to oppress minorities,
Yeah.
and all that. So, yeah, of course, they'll use this too.
yeah, sure.
But what you need to do is change the bloody government, not get COVID.
Well, outside of the duopoly in a movement, actually
Yeah.
change, because you're not going to be able to vote these people out.
But
they
not
make
wearing masks is not going to change the government.
No, no. But it's like, I think, particularly when there's 3 times more black people dying of COVID than there are white people, I really think if there's any chance, if it's free right now,
Yeah.
and they can get some level of, this is just my thoughts, okay? If it's free right now, if they can get some level of protection, then that's really great, and maybe worry about the booster things. The fact is, COVID exists, it's real.
Yeah.
And it's killing people, and it's killing a lot more black people than anybody.
And if they try and, give you, sell boosters later, well, then you need to change your government and make sure the government gives it to you for free.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You don't say, well, then I'm not having the vaccine at all.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that's just stupid. That's,
yeah,
really
that's
cutting off
nuts.
your nose to spite your face.
Yeah, it's nuts. And it's not going to get, these variants are only going to get more virulent, aren't they?
They are getting
Yeah,
more virulent.
yeah.
The lambda
Yeah.
one is far less affected by vaccines,
Yeah.
and I think it's actually more virulent as well.
And one of the reasons, like I
And-
mentioned before, one of the reasons black people get it much more severely, they get the disease more severely and often die more regularly or whatever, is because they have, one of the reasons, apart from poor health from being in poor areas, and that's a capitalism thing, but also, the vitamin D thing. black people have lower vitamin D levels in their system, and this is science-based. I'm not pulling this out of my hat. It's science-based, and it is this, and it correlates to because of their low levels of vitamin D, because they have black skin and they're not getting as much vitamin D through their skin. That is a real problem. Vitamin D deficiency is globally widespread, and it doesn't even matter whether you get enough sunshine, does it, Dede? Dede had dangerously low levels of vitamin D many years ago, and she was out in the sun all the time. And you can get cancer, you can get diabetes, and a whole host of all heavy duty serious illnesses. And now on top of it, you can get serious COVID symptoms that if you are D deficient, no matter if you're black or what, because white people, all different colors.
And people tend to become more D deficient with age. Basically, your body gets less good at making D.
That's right. So, I mean, everybody should be supplementing. We take vegan vitamin D, and that works just fine. No sheep has to be harmed in the process of that either, because they get that from the lanolin in the sheep's wool. But, you can get vegan vitamin D, and we take about, 2,500 units a day to 5,000, depending on the season. In winter, 5,000. And I'd had my levels tested recently, and they're just fine. So, that's really, really important. Oh, yeah, you should think about that, Chris.
What's that?
Really, really important. I just posted and John Campbell talks about that too. If you look up Dr. John Campbell, you follow him, he talks about the importance of D. So I'll post this one. This is from a while ago. That's not from John Campbell, but it's same. They're sort of talking in depth about D. It's really, really important.
Okay, I'm going to put everything on.
Union protests, New York Presbyterians COVID vaccine mandate.
This is the hospital.
The largest
protest.
healthcare union in the U.S. held a rally on Thursday protesting one of the biggest hospital groups' policy of COVID vaccination or termination. These are hospital workers who are mostly black. I would say mostly female. They are nurses, and they do not want to be subjected to this mandate or be fired. And they are protesting, and it's mostly being ignored or not acknowledged. We just constantly frame all opposition to these kinds of authoritarian policies as Trumpers who are the victims of misinformation.
I'm not sure if that's true. He's just saying that we frame these things as because of Trumpers and misinformation.
What are we doing? Sorry,
it's about the hospital thing, and he said that most of you didn't pull your.
I hope not.
Yeah, he said a lot of the people in that particular union are black. I find he's making a bit of a thing about black people don't want to be vaccinated, and it's a bit of a racial thing. And well, I don't know if it's a case of black people don't want to be vaccinated or something like that. If there is something like that, I think people need to be educated because people are more affected. People of color are more affected by COVID, and that means it's more important to get vaccinated. And as long as you can get vaccines for free, and it's what we were talking about before. It's this protest. I'll just put the article up. And, you've got people in that union going, force is not the answer, mandate forcing people at a barrel of gun is not right. Well, yes, education is by far the best way of dealing with this.
Yeah.
This is the Service Employees International Union. So it's probably more the cleaners, and I don't know if nurses would count as service employees. I think it's probably the wards people and maybe and the cleaners and things like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know that like obviously education is better. Is
Yeah.
better than mandates.
Yeah.
But when people aren't going to follow mandates, then what do? Particularly as we talked about, where it's a hospital,
Yeah.
and you're much more likely to get it,
Yeah.
and you're much more likely to pass it on to somebody who is vulnerable and will get very ill or die
Yeah.
if they're not already very ill.
I think they should do the carrot thing of offering people. They won't
Sure.
do that in the United States, but here in Australia, if they offer people like Anthony Albanese, the opposition leader, suggested offering people $300 to
Yeah.
get the vaccine. Well, I don't know. That sounds better to me. I'm not.
Well, we
I'm not
came
for
up with a
this.
couple of things.
I'm not
you
for
know,
this mandatory stuff.
Why not do some sort of a lottery that you go into, and
Oh yeah, and you win
and second prize is or third prize is a car.
Yeah.
Second prize is a nicer car, and first prize is a house or something like that.
Yeah. And if people aren't into that sort of thing, then just give them $300. I don't know.
Yeah,
Something
if they
like
don't
that.
want to get into the lottery.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I think that
anyway.
would be kind of good. I'm not into this mandatory stuff
Well,
like
mandatory. I think mandatory things are fine in certain situations.
that. Yeah.
I think aged care homes, where people are
Oh,
transporting.
sure. That's sort of mandatory, yeah, but just in the general public.
No, well, this isn't general public. This is a hospital.
Yeah. No,
This
I'm
is a
talking,
hospital
yes,
that
I
said
think
that.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Hospitals are. I think that's important.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's.
And it's,
is that all
but
you want
I wanted to say about the some of these arguments that
Oh, okay.
if you're forced to do one thing in one area, there's a possibility you can force me to do something in another area. Well, yeah, that's true, but I mean, people are forced to stop at red lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily follow that the next step is fascism. you know.
Oh,
and
Tom,
it comes down to it's my body, it's my choice, right? I want them to give us a choice. Well, the problem is that people are saying my choice is not to do it,
yeah.
and well, yeah, education
As
is far
somebody-
better.
If somebody sticks a tube down your throat, it's my choice.
Yeah. I don't know.
Tom says, how about pay people's rent? Yeah, wouldn't that be great? I mean, Tom, are they going to make people pay back that rent after the moratorium is over?
Yeah, because that's disgusting.
See, that is just disgusting. That is no sort of relief at all. That is just a debt burden.
That's putting off and
And
creating
you know what's
a
going to happen then?
disastrous
And you know what's going to happen
situation
then?
later.
Then they're going to kick them out because they can't pay back the tremendous amount of rent that's owing.
Not only that, they'll have a debt that will follow them.
Yes, it's insane. I mean,
Yeah.
see, this is the insanity. Like, I can't believe there was a point there that I was thinking it would be that living in the US would be good. There was a point in my life where I had no idea what was going on there.
Yeah.
But I thought it would have been a bad idea to, and I'm so relieved that I never
Yeah.
ever went
Yeah.
there.
But I mean, all of
because
this.
this is insanity,
Yeah.
really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
It
that's
is.
capitalism. This is why,
Yeah.
people that want to pretty up capitalism, this SOCDEM sort of thing, have got to really think about that you cannot pretty up this system.
Yeah.
You can't. It's just,
Yeah.
it is heading headlong, and it's taking us to extinction is what it's doing,
Yeah.
because that's what's happening.
Yeah.
But while all this is going on, this is a great distraction too from the climate emergency.
Yeah.
That's another interesting thing. And it's taking us, we're heading on to extinction, and meanwhile we've got this shit show going on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just going to be one shit show after another, and nobody's going to be thinking about the climate emergency.
Well, until the famines hit.
Yeah, where the Amazon rainforest now is emitting CO2 instead of being a CO2 sink. I mean, if that isn't one of the biggest fucking disasters there is. Anyway, so Dede, did you want to say anything more about that?
No, I didn't want to say anything more
Okay.
about that. I'll go on to the next bit. Okay.
And many people got COVID during the first wave before the pandemic was even officially declared in May 2020, and didn't even know. They thought they might have had a bad cold. There
Yeah,
was
it's
no
so
testing
predatory,
for it.
Tom.
There were no antibodies tests. But here we have a study, and it's one of many, many studies that I've seen in nature.com. This study was actually published in nature.com. This is a press release about the study that I'm showing you, but you can find it at nature.com. It was published by researchers from the Washington University School of Medicine, which is one of the top medical research facilities in the country. Months after recovering from mild cases of COVID-19, people still have immune cells in their body pumping out antibodies against the virus that causes COVID-19, according to this study, which confirms many other studies. Such cells could persist for a lifetime, churning out antibodies all the while. Let's just say that again. Such cells could persist for a lifetime, churning out antibodies all the while. So there is, and this was published on May 24th of this year in the journal Nature, which is, as mainstream and peer-reviewed as it gets. So,
okay, yeah, Nature is a very reputable journal, but up till now he's basically been going, it's all going to be fascism. I mean, he's basically coming up with all the reasons not to wear a mask and not to have lockdowns. And what does that do? That just freely associates stuff. And we've seen what a disaster it's been where people have tried to do let's not do anything and just develop herd immunity. You end up with massive death rates, hospitals overwhelmed, and it's a disaster. You can think about herd immunity once there's actually quite a lot of people who have some immunity. Yeah. He's taken an article here.
Jen said there is a difference between following traffic laws and being injected. I'm vaxxed, but I see their side. Isn't this what we do? See both sides, she said.
Well, we do see both sides, and there is a difference. But, to say if you to have the reason you're not going to get vaxxed be, if you say I have to do this thing, then who knows what else you'll tell me I have to do. That is the same as telling you have to stop at a traffic light. If that's your reason, then why are you stopping at traffic lights? The reason you stop at traffic lights generally, hopefully it's not just because the police will arrest you. It's actually because, it helps stop traffic accidents. But, in getting a vaccine, that's different. But if you have a situation like this, it's like when they did the polio vaccines, they made kids, going to school have that because they wanted to get rid of this. It's like they made people have smallpox vaccines and they managed to eliminate smallpox. And now nobody gets smallpox vaccines.
Was that mandatory, was it?
I don't know if it was mandatory. I think it was. I think everybody was expected to have it. I think if you didn't have a vaccine, like your scar on your arm when I was going to school, you wouldn't be allowed in school.
Right.
And that was just in case you might get smallpox.
Yeah.
You weren't going to give it to anybody who was vaccinated.
Yeah.
It was a pushing of people to get it, and also just to get rid of it, because in that case you could. Now in this case you can't. But in this case you can build up.
Can never get rid of it here, the COVID? Never?
I don't think so.
Not at this point, eh?
No. Well, I think
it's too far gone.
It's too far gone. And I think it will keep, because there are breakthrough cases, there will be some. But I mean, there's a possibility of keeping it much lower levels. And if more people are vaccinated, then that will be more the case. And keeping it at lower levels will reduce the number of variants. It won't increase the number of variants. But, like if you are trying to vaccinate, I don't think necessarily following all of those vaccine protocols as they're put out in the U.S. right now, from what I hear of them, is necessarily a great idea.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I disagree with the vaccines.
No.
You know.
Yeah.
We've talked about that a couple of times in this thing here.
Mm.
I think, you know, like there are certain things that you do in large part for the community.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless there is some like really strong reason not to. I mean, I think surgery can be problematic, but I also agree with the thing where parents are of some religious thing that says, you know, we should never have medical intervention, you know, and they prevent a child from getting a surgery or something that would save their life. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's killing their child for their religious thing, and it's not necessarily true that that child will grow up to be of that religion. It's not their religion. If they want to refuse surgery themselves, that's fine.
Yeah.
But to impose it on other people, and this is a bit like that.
Yeah.
If only the people who were not vaccinated got sick and died, well, there could be an argument for that. But if they're liable to be spreading it to a whole lot of people, then there's not so much argument.
Yeah.
It's like with HIV, right?
Yeah.
When you have HIV, you're obliged to use a condom.
Yeah.
If you're going to have sex.
Yeah.
You know? And of course, people should be careful, you know? But it's illegal not to do that.
Yeah.
You're basically putting somebody at risk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think some of the argument for vaccines goes along those lines.
Yeah.
At least until you get to a point where there is some measure of herd immunity, as much as there can be.
Yeah.
And that level is where you're probably, you know, at 80% or more of people who have antibodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think even then, you know, there'll be a number of people who will end up dying.
Yeah.
But there'll be a whole lot less, and they won't be overwhelming. Because when you overwhelm the hospital system, you're not only, you know, possibly having people with COVID die, but you're having people with heart attacks die.
Yeah, that's
people
right.
with any other kind of injury who can't get treatment and can't get an ICU.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not saying everybody must be vaccinated, but certainly if you're going to work in a hospital, I'd say you should be vaccinated.
Yeah.
If you're going to work in an aged care home, you should be vaccinated.
Yeah.
And until there's some sort of herd immunity and you stop doing any kind of protection, then people who are transmitting people who have come into the country and may have COVID to quarantine, or transporting flight crews, who tend to be the people who bring COVID into the country.
Yeah.
Those people should be vaccinated.
Yeah.
And wear masks and do all the public health stuff.
Yeah.
They should.
Anyway, we should go to another bit. Now, how many segments of that are there left, Dede?
Okay, there's not too many. Let's see.
How much is too many? Is that like 5? 4?
4 more, I think.
Okay.
5 more, maybe, including this one.
Suggests that mild cases of COVID-19 leave those infected with lasting antibody protection, that repeated bouts of illness are likely to be uncommon.
Okay, this is the one where he talks about, he brings up an article from Nature that says people who are unvaccinated and get COVID have lifelong antibodies.
Yeah.
Well, that's not exactly accurate. They're talking about people they've looked at people who've had antibodies till 6 months later.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. If you have COVID, your body has to fight off COVID. Yeah. If you're vaccinated, you're not really fighting off COVID.
Yeah.
You're fighting off the antigens that have been put in there. And that will create antibodies and will create that template for making antibodies. So that if you are exposed to COVID, your immune system already knows how to make those antibodies.
Yeah.
If you have COVID, you will also make antibodies. And because you're actually getting sick, you might be making more antibodies. The immune response may be stronger than with a vaccine. And that's fine. But like I said, the way the immune system works is when you're exposed to something, the immune system puts it into, kind of short-term quick access file.
Yeah.
And if you haven't been exposed to it for a while, it puts it back into one of the 8 terabyte disks somewhere that you'd have to dig it out.
Yeah.
And the longer you're not exposed to it, the less likely you have immunity. And this is why things like tetanus and stuff, you get vaccinated. You get boosters every so often.
Yeah.
I mean, tetanus is not a viral disease, but
yeah.
You have, the immune system doesn't work consistently forever. And so if it's not one of those vaccines that will stop you from getting it and can eliminate the disease, then your immune response will get weaker with time. It's just the way it goes. And variants and stuff will have an impact. It's like with flu. You can get flu and you can get flu again the next year.
Yeah.
And you can get flu again the next year.
Yeah.
And you can have a flu vaccine and you still might get flu. And still flu vaccines might be helpful.
Yeah.
Like I say, 1,000 people a year in Great Britain, in the UK,
But
die
as
of
we
flu.
were saying this in recent times with the COVID thing, flu has dropped
to almost nothing.
To almost nothing. So
and that's
masks
because of
and
public
washing,
health things.
Yeah, washing hands and masks and all of that work.
They do work.
Yeah.
And they do work actually for a whole lot of disease.
Yeah, sure.
Because public health measures work.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we should always have to walk around in masks.
No.
But, doing those more, being a little bit more conscious and a little bit more careful.
Yeah.
And if you feel ill, wearing a mask, it helps prevent other people getting it.
Yeah.
As you say, people in Asia tend to do it with that motive.
Yep.
Where if they're feeling ill, they wear a mask.
Yeah.
To protect others rather than to be protected from others.
Yeah.
Masks don't work very well for being protected from others anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go on. But this is just another... it's from nature, and that antibody, that template, will always be there for life. That's the case with vaccines, too. It's just, every time you do a booster or expose yourself, that immune response, you build up that kind of sense of immunity. And if things mutate as fast as flus, it doesn't stop you from getting flu every year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go on. You want to say something while I'm searching this?
Oh.
I need to search out the next...
No. Anyway, you can find this video by Max Blumenthal on his channel on Rockfin, and it's behind a paywall.
Which is why we're talking about it.
This is why we're talking about it.
Oh, come on.
He said he was nervous about doing this video because he knew that he expects people to dump on him about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
then
here we go.
You will be fine. For how long? Well, we don't know. Probably 5 or 6 months. Then you have to take a 4th dose. and there will be a new variant. Will we be at the Zeta variant by that time? How deep on frat row of the variants will we be by the time that you take the fourth or fifth dose? And is this how we're gonna just live? Is this the way we're?
Okay, he's talking about boosters and stuff. He's saying here that vaccines don't work forever. You know, you have to keep getting boosters and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, partly you can need boosters because there are variants, and some of them.
Oh, okay. Sorry, go on. The delay. Yeah, sorry. Go on.
You do have to have boosters because the variants will change, and some of them won't work. They will develop mutations that make the vaccines less effective. Basically, we have that little picture that I showed of the top of a spike from the virus, that it's mutated, and there's 3 or 4 sites of mutation.
Oh, they couldn't hear Max. Why is that, I wonder?
What's that?
Couldn't hear Max.
Oh, really?
Chris said he couldn't hear Max, yeah.
Oh.
Do you want to try that again, maybe?
Okay.
Or... Well, anyway, you could
Anyway, what he was saying was
Yeah.
that you need boosters, and he was using this thing from the Pfizer CEO saying the Pfizer efficacy drops to 84% after 6 months by data. Well, 84%, when you think that after you've had 2 doses, the efficacy is 88%.
Yeah.
A drop of 4% isn't a huge drop.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You've gone from 88% to 84% in 6 months. And yeah, I actually think it's going to end up being like flu vax, where they come out with a new flu vax every year to deal with the mutations and that kind of stuff, and whatever flu is around this year.
Yeah.
And every year you sit there and go, do I want to take it this year, or do I think I'll be all right? And people, I think, as they tend to get a bit older, tend to get a bit more conservative because flu is more likely to be
a problem.
Yeah. If you get it. Yeah. And it's like, 2 years ago, after not having flu vaccines for years, we don't usually have flu vaccines because we live very rurally.
Yeah. And we do plenty of vitamin D, and we're a plant-based diet and all of that.
Yeah.
And we
don't see a lot of people.
Yeah, and we're pretty good with the, the washing the hands and all of that, with the, when you go out and all of that.
So our chances of getting flu are pretty small relative to somebody who
I've
lives
had
in
flu
the city.
like, I think, 3 times or something in my life.
Yeah. I've had flu more often, but I've been living in cities and going to clubs and doing things.
Well, I got a terrible flu in Melbourne in 1988. Oh, wow. It was the worst.
Yeah.
But anyway,
But I mean, if you're living in the city, you're more likely to get it and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If you're going out a lot, you're more likely to get it. Living out in the country, you're less likely to get it. So we don't always have it.
Yes.
We had one a couple of years ago
and
immediately got the flu.
Yes. We both got sick.
I think we got it. We got the
that
flu
was weird.
About the same time as we got the vaccine.
Yes. Now we don't know whether we picked up something before we got the vaccination when we went down to the to the doctor's office. Yeah, exactly. Who knows?
It's a good place to pick up flu.
Anyway, we should probably move on because we're up to
anyway, what I wanted to say is,
Dede.
yes, there may be a need for periodic boosters.
Yeah.
Every time you're exposed to COVID, though, like getting COVID without vaccine will give you an immune response, and you will have antibodies. It's not a magic bullet that one will last forever, but which is what Max is implying, and the vaccines will only last 6 months.
Yeah.
and then you'll need a booster. That's not the way it works.
No.
And even if you have the vaccine and you are exposed to it, even if you don't get any symptoms, you will still have an immune response. The way the vaccines work is they've primed your immune response. So if you're exposed to it, the immune response kicks in.
Yeah.
So even if you don't seem to get COVID, you are exposed to COVID and it reinforces the immune response. So, if there's going to be boosters, it will be because there are different variants. And the more people that have COVID, the more variants there will be.
Yeah.
So if you have vaccines, you'll have less people and less variants.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I didn't like the fact that Max went from if you're vaccinated, you're going to have a vaccine, an immune response for life, and then this one, the 6 months, especially when the fall is 4%.
And trust me, to be honest, I wasn't in a big rush, even though Australia's actually had a real problem with supply of vaccines. But I wasn't in any rush to get a vaccine. It's not like I think, oh, goody vaccine. But I just sort of feel like at this point, it's really COVID or vaccine. I mean.
Yeah, I figure we will be exposed to COVID at some point.
Yeah. And I'm not anti-vaccine at all, but like we've said in the beginning, I'm for safe vaccines.
Yeah.
I'm not an anti-vaccine person at all.
No,
and
I
so
was
is
really
Dede.
happy to get a vaccine. But
Yeah.
I mean, that you got a vaccine.
Yeah.
I wanted Pfizer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
wanted
lucky
an
I got
mRNA
Pfizer.
vaccine. I was hoping we could get one, but I could get one. But
they won't let people under 60 get Pfizer, which is a real.
No, they won't let people.
Oh, sorry, under
over
60. Sorry, over 60. They won't let people over 60 get Pfizer, which is a real pain in the neck. And
yeah, I'm going to put Max on now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's another reason, I believe, in my opinion, why there isn't pressure for a treatment, and why discussion of treatments like ivermectin, which I do not know if it works. I'm not going to say,
the ivermectin thing.
There are studies that it works, just because I don't know enough. But if you talk about it on YouTube, you talk about it on a social media platform, which is consulting with people with the state and cutouts of the state, like the Atlantic Council or Reuters, whose CEO is actually also a big pharma board member. If you talk about ivermectin there, you will be removed. Matt Taibbi's written about this. You will be censored.
Okay, so this is about ivermectin.
Can I say something about that? Yeah, and he's right. There are things that are verboten that you're not supposed to mention, and that's one of them. And that's why it's amazing that Dr. John Campbell, and I've posted a link to him, he's actually broached that a few times. He's talked about studies in India, peer-reviewed, and we're not talking about, he's not talking about a replacement for a vaccine. Ivermectin is not that. He's talking about how these studies in India showed that there was a significant drop in getting COVID and also severe symptoms of COVID, but it's not supposed to be a replacement for a vaccine. The only reason they were looking at that, and of course it's an antiparasitic drug, it's not an antiviral, so I don't even know how that works, but apparently it has some value. It had anyway. I'm not sure what it's like now.
A lot of drugs are like that.
But the reason that India was looking at that and actually rolling it out in various states in India is because they couldn't get hold of any vaccines, and that's because of the patent nonsense that the US, that sort of awfulness of not releasing the patent, and so that's why they started doing that, and apparently it had some good results. Now I don't know what it's like now, but
India has a fabulous actual pharmaceutical industry,
Yeah.
and they could have turned out Pfizer or whatever if they'd had the patent.
Yeah.
And they will refuse that.
Yeah.
And ivermectin is cheap.
Yes.
Is cheap.
It's like
it was
about
very
6
cheap.
cents a tablet or something. Well, it was until now. Now it's impossible to get it online without paying like
It's still
$4
cheap
a tablet.
in
if
India.
you're lucky, if you can even get it. So
It's
like
still inexpensive in India.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
But recently, the Indian government has come and said, yeah, we no longer recommend it for using. They're now recommending vaccines only, but
Well,
I
yes,
think a
that's
lot
if
of
you've
people,
got access to them.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
Yeah.
The reason people was
we're doing
going that
ivermectin
was
is
because they didn't have access to vaccine.
Yeah, I know.
Better that than nothing.
Yeah, I also think the Indian government's been under some pressure.
Oh,
but-
sure. I'm sure they've been under some pressure. And yet you sound completely conspiratorial when you sort of say stuff like that. But I mean, look at the influence that Big Pharma has on Congress in the US. They're one of the biggest, by far, lobbying group. There's a few lobbyists to every politician. So, I mean, they have tremendous influence, Big Pharma, more than Big Oil.
Yeah.
And so, and the crazy thing is that there are many, many vaccines available now in the world. There's Sinovac, there's Sputnik, there's all these different ones. There's vaccines from Cuba. And they Australia, right, because they are saying, oh, we can't get Pfizer at the moment, they could have turned to China, they could have turned to Cuba, they could have turned to Sputnik, because of all this political nonsense, China being in the crosshairs of the US, and we're just a US lackey here, and
so we've been
Russia being in the crosshairs of the US. So, we don't look to these other countries that have perfectly fine vaccines, where we're going with the usual suspects that are approved by the US Big Pharma.
They're going to make US money.
Yes, going to make US money, and so it's just disgusting. Like there are we don't have to be having this shortage in Australia of vaccines.
Yeah.
It's a political choice to not have enough vaccines.
Yeah.
To not have vaccines from other countries, and to not have enough vaccines for the country, even the ones that they will approve, in quotes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year.
Hi, Jeffrey. Yeah, it's been a year. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
So did you want to say anything else about that?
No. I think, like the ivermectin thing is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
As you say, there's been a lot of people who've tried to make money out of it and jump on it, and and
anyway, check out this because this guy, Dr. John Campbell's actually he's not a conspiratorial sort of figure. He's actually deals with the science, and he doesn't he's not recommending anything. He's just presenting it.
He's
and
critical.
I posted a link here.
Like he criticizes, one of the things he criticizes very frequently is the refusal of people to aspirate before they give an injection.
Yes.
To pull back the plunger to see if you're actually not going intramuscular, but you're going intravenous.
Yeah.
Because there's very little study about what happens when you inject the drug intravenously.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're talking about AstraZeneca now, and he thinks, and it's possible that them accidentally injecting into a vein, may actually result in that thrombocytopenia and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, but like that's the thing. He looks into different things like
that.
The
thing is, you don't know unless you're going to whether that's happening or not, unless you do that aspiration.
Yeah.
And it's such a simple thing.
Yeah.
And it's something nurses pick up really early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go for the next thing. Oh, God. I'm not sure. It's just buffering like crazy.
Can you refresh it, Dede?
I can try. I have to then start all over again and find the place.
Okay, well, just go. That's okay.
I've only got 2 more things.
I can talk while you're doing that.
I can tell you what he was. It's.
It wouldn't be bad though to actually have him say it.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Dede.
I know.
Sorry, we're having a bit of, I don't know, Rockfin's having a bit of trouble with the buffering and stuff. Environmental Coffee House. Hello. Yeah, I don't know how I came across his. I don't know how I came across Dr. John Campbell, but I
Okay,
really
I'm
enjoy
starting
his
it.
videos. He's from from
No.
the UK.
He's opposed to the passports. Well, the whole point of this is to challenge the passports and raise questions about the consequences of the passports. And if it is said that the vaccines work in preventing hospitalization and severe illness in 99.99% of cases, as CNN reported, I can play the video for you, then what is the reason for imposing all of these coercive measures on the unvaccinated? Again, going back to the beginning from my intro, it doesn't make any sense. It's like me having an alarm system and attacking my neighbors for not having it, claiming that they are making me unsafe.
Okay, it's this claim again that if vaccines are so safe, why are you insisting that, the non-vaccinated people get vaccinated?
If vaccines are so safe, what?
Why are you insisting that
non-vaccinated
non-vaccinated people get vaccinated?
That doesn't make sense.
Well, it is if you think that the reason, I mean, he's just given the example. It's like having a great security system in your house and your neighbor doesn't have one, and so you give him a hard time.
Oh.
He thinks that you're trying to get the unvaccinated people vaccinated for the vaccinated people.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
I'll play it again if you want me to.
Yeah, play it again. Can you make sure, Dede?
Yeah,
Dede?
the sound's up.
Yeah, make sure it sounds up.
Yeah. I mean, this is just crazy.
Yeah.
Somebody's complaining that I'm saying the vaccine works. So tell me he's opposed to the passports. Well, the whole point of this is to challenge the passports and raise questions about the consequences of the passports. And if it is said that the vaccines work in preventing hospitalization and severe illness in 99.99% of cases, as CNN reported, I can play the video for you, then what is the reason for imposing all of these coercive measures on the unvaccinated? Again, going back to the beginning from my intro, it doesn't make any sense. It's like me having an alarm system and attacking my neighbors for not having it, claiming that they are making me unsafe.
Okay, did you get it that time?
No, I can't. It's all right. He just
sort of said, it's like me having a great alarm system and attacking my neighbor for not having an alarm system because it's making me unsafe. He said, if the vaccines are so good, like they prevent 99.99% of hospitalizations or, deaths and stuff, then why are we imposing all these, restrictive measures on people?
Yeah.
Right. He's talking about, the COVID passports and stuff. Now, I think the whole COVID passport thing, sure, there can be a lot of abuses socially, but I mean, if he thinks that they're doing it in order to protect the people who are vaccinated, then he's got the entire thing reversed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if, as he says, it's so good, but I think he doesn't, somewhere or other he's not sure the vaccines really work,
Yeah.
And so you're trying to protect the vaccinated people by vaccinating the I don't know. I don't understand what his logic is there.
No.
Anyway, the vaccine passports do present all kinds of problems, particularly where they're used for coming into the country, the way the U.S. is talking about using it, where they will only recognize the vaccines they use, which means I think they don't use AstraZeneca, so even somebody coming from the UK would have a problem, or Australia. Now, they probably will allow people. I think he's shown a bunch of things where no, AstraZeneca is not good enough to come into the US.
That's
if
right,
you've been
yeah.
fully vaccinated with AstraZeneca.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's stupid.
Yeah.
And he talks also about, or he will talk about, the fact that if you have had COVID,
Yeah.
then you have a good antibody load. And that should be equivalent to having been vaccinated.
Yeah.
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 If you've had COVID and recovered.
Yeah.
Because what's important is really your antibody level.
Why does he call it foreign agent here? I don't understand.
It's just it's the name of his channel.
I know, but why is it called foreign agent?
It's like moderate rebels. I don't know.
Anyway, okay, so let's go to the next one. Have you finished with that one, Dede?
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about the fact that, I mean, I can understand how they'll use it to control immigration. I can understand it how they'll use it to control
Absolutely.
a lot of things and try and make life more difficult for certain groups.
Absolutely.
But the U.S. government does that anyway.
Yeah.
And what needs to happen is people need to get out in the streets and insist that people aren't treated unjustly.
Yeah. Good luck with that one.
It's like they need to get out in the streets and get public health, Medicare for all.
Medicare for all, yeah.
They need to get out there and have, certainly something, a decent minimum wage, where people don't have to work 3 jobs to get by. They need to control, the gig economy. There's a whole lot of things they need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be one more thing probably with voter suppression too.
It'll be one more thing. Yeah.
They'll do that because they'll say, "Oh, you don't have ID and now you don't have your vaccine passport."
Yeah, but that too. I mean, you could say, well, why aren't you making it available to people like they do in some of the Latin American countries, where if somebody's sick, they'll bring the voting thing to you.
Sure. Yeah.
If you want people to vote,
Dede,
if you
they
really,
go the other way.
They take away
voting
of
places.
Course, if you really wanted a democracy, you'd make sure people could vote.
But they don't.
They don't.
Yes,
and
they
it's
don't.
proof that they don't.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Yeah.
They take away the ability. They're looking for any way to stop people, particularly black people, because the Dede, the GOP, right, in particular. They know.
Yeah.
I mean, the voter suppression happens with the Democratic Party too. But the GOP know that they're losing ground.
Yeah.
There's a lot more people of color now and all this kind of stuff. They know they're losing ground, and so they're desperate to find ways to stop people of color and black people from coming out to vote.
Sure.
Desperate. Anyway, so this is another gift. This is another thing. The vaccine passport will be
they'll do that.
They'll use that
they'll
too.
make things.
Sure.
But
that's what that government is like. Both sides are like that.
And they want as many people as possible in jail because of the
they want
prison industrial complex.
Exactly.
Slavery.
They want people in jail for the prison industrial complex.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why they won't legalize marijuana.
And
still got
there's
a
all
great
kinds
flow
of
people.
reasons
What's
to
that?
oppose what the state is doing, but that's not a reason to oppose vaccination.
What's that, Dede? Sorry.
There's
hi, Kim.
lot of reasons to oppose what the state is doing, but that's not a reason to oppose vaccination.
No.
And I think a general mandate of some sort for vaccination is wrong. And I also think that specific mandates for areas where you could be really putting people
health
at
professionals.
risk or creating a big spread of something are important to have a mandate.
Yeah.
And we've seen that in Australia.
Sure.
Yeah. Like I said, one guy who just refused to follow the rules caused this latest Sydney outbreak.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it wasn't helped by the 3,000 idiots who went out and protested.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put the next bit on. This is the last bit.
And validated from the top.
Yeah, my arm hurt a bit too, Kim.
China
said,
has responded well. It could also be Fort Detrick.
Sorry, go on.
I mean,
just play that, Dede.
Look,
what?
If you...
Yeah, it's okay.
Should I restart it?
Go.
You really want to get conspiratorial, and I don't see any evidence. There were very strange outbreaks of flu around the Frederick, Maryland, and Baltimore area, close to where Fort Detrick is. It was reported in local news, so the Chinese government can simply do what the U.S. government is doing and reciprocate and point to all of these strange things taking place. That's what our government is doing. And anyone who wants to clip out that comment by me and claim that I'm saying that Fort Detrick is responsible, I'm not saying that. What do I think about Rockfin not having the ability to block or moderate users, and what is my suggestion? Not vaccinate. I would like to be able to moderate users from my own end, so I hope that feature comes in.
Okay, I must have written down the wrong time for the one I wanted.
Oh, okay.
I think that's kind of interesting what he was saying about Fort Detrick. And it's also true that Lyme disease came out of a biowarfare unit.
But I mean, COVID was in the sewers in Spain. In November 2019. It was in
Latin America.
In November 2019. It was in Brazil. I mean.
Yeah.
So I mean,
The thing is, like the Spanish flu. Well, that was another zoonotic disease, another virus, and it happened before there was any kind of biological warfare.
Yeah,
there was no genetic engineering going on then.
Yeah, that was a zoonotic disease too.
And this is why do you think this is any different?
Yep. There's that too.
Anyway, just his whole thing, basically, he doesn't want to wear a mask.
No.
And he doesn't want to have lockdown.
And he's justifying
it. And this is all justification for that.
Yeah, just justification.
And of course, he's brought in every, trope about what's wrong with the U.S. government and how neo-fascist it is. And all of that's true.
Hello,
and we all go,
We all know that.
But that doesn't support his argument.
No, not really.
About COVID. And the basic argument, is that if you don't want to avoid a shit show, you do your public health thing, which includes your tracing, your hand washing, your masks, your distancing, that kind of stuff. And you do that until you've reached a point where enough people have an immune response where you no longer have to do that. People already have some sort of an immune response. That doesn't mean people aren't going to, in spite of what he's saying, that doesn't mean people aren't going to get sick and people aren't going to die of COVID, just like they die of flu. Still. And they die of a lot of other diseases that people mostly don't die of.
Is Anya, by the way, is Anya Parampil still doing red lines? Or I haven't seen her doing...
I've seen her do it once
I haven't seen her
a month ago, but I hadn't seen her do it for like 2 months or more.
Because I think he's sitting where Anya Parampil normally does her red lines. What is she doing?
She's hardly done anything since...
What's happened?
Since Rania left.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah. Rania left and she's done a couple, and I think that's really all she's done.
Oh, wow,
I'm not sure why or what's going on.
Yeah, anyway.
But...
okay.
But anyway,
listen, Chris Garrett said Lee Camp starts out his show on RT saying something like, in the US where reporters are considered foreign agents. Yeah. I see.
Yeah.
I see,
okay.
I never
that's what it is. Is that why he's using foreign agents?
Oh, so Odin in the Flames 2017 said, Delta, we had cases of Lambda here in Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Lambda is bad.
Yeah. But also Sweden, with the way they treated their elderly in those aged care homes. Oh, no.
Yeah, they just went, we're not doing anything.
Yeah, not doing anything, and let them suffocate to death in the home.
Let them
just
die.
Just awful. Yeah. Absolutely awful. Sorry Sorry, and I just read some stuff about what they did in Sweden, just letting people die in aged care homes. It was just appalling, suffocating to death, and wouldn't even get them oxygen.
Yeah.
Just awful.
Yeah. Kill the weak.
It's disgusting.
They're good Aryans there.
Shh, Dede. Anyway.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was mean.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. What do we finish with that now?
So that's we can
it?
talk about it, but I've just put something up.
Okay. No, but we're finished with the segments, are we?
Yeah.
Oh, okay then. So, well, we'll just leave it with this now. There's this Socialism for All. They did.
We may want to talk a little
bit
about some bits.
Okay, yeah, but can I just explain this before because we're going to run that after we finish talking, because it actually was a really good video.
Yeah.
And we think it's worthwhile just playing the whole thing. And he wants whoever runs that channel. They don't give their name, but I don't think they give their name. I haven't seen it anywhere, and he doesn't introduce himself, and he doesn't show his face. But he actually did this very good video about the Delta variant and how it's going to be a pretty crazy time in about a month.
Yeah.
And so we're going to play that right at the end so people can watch it.
It's
very
a far more sensible and science-based video, and I thought as a counterpoint, it's really good. And it's particularly good because it really takes a socialist perspective, which is that individual liberty isn't the highest fucking thing that I can do whatever I like. The important thing is the community and people, society. And I'll just say, I've cut out the little bit at the beginning of this, which was a Simpsons cut, just because we didn't want to copyright, to chance a copyright thing.
Yeah, before we show this, does anybody have anything they wanted to particularly say? I know people have been commenting all the way through,
and we've been ignoring it because we've just been yapping. I can't even see the comments.
If there's anything you wanted to add or anything like that, because I know we've been chatting, but I'm sure everybody's got their thoughts and whatever we're saying. These are our opinions, and also it's based on science too. And of course, it's hard to navigate a lot of stuff, but I think that there are some things that are actually real, like COVID is real, and there are things that, that definitely work. And unfortunately, Max in this case, I think, is really kind of looking for, he's cherry picking some dodgy things to justify him not wanting to wear a mask. And that's, unfortunate.
Or at least not wanting any kind of lockdowns or restrictions.
Yes, and lockdowns, of course, the sad thing is that if people had done the right thing in the beginning, if the US had done the right thing in the beginning, and if there hadn't been these fascist authoritarians who don't care about and I'm talking about India and all of that, who don't really care about the public, we wouldn't be in this mess today. We probably could have got it under some kind of control really quickly, which is what is needed. And unfortunately now we're kind of probably stuck with it now, ongoing, really, aren't we, Dede?
Possibly.
Because
it's possible we might get it under control, but it's going to be
Dede got her dose too, Kim. Dede got her first dose of AstraZeneca. She had no choice. She had to have AstraZeneca.
I had mine on what was Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I've had my Pfizer thing. And
you had yours on Monday, didn't you?
What's that?
What day did you have yours? Monday?
I had mine on the 31st of July. So my next one is on the 21st. That's when it should be. And Dede's had one a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
And
these were both our first ones. Yeah.
Yeah, first ones. Yeah. So, the whole thing. It's very unfortunate, the whole thing.
Yeah.
I put that in the same category as the shit show with the Amazon rainforest and all of this. It's just like a culmination of a lot of things going wrong at pretty much probably the end of our species. That's how I see it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if anybody finds that disturbing, but it just seems like it's just a confluence or an apocalyptic kind of a thing of all these different things going wrong.
I have to say, synecologists have been looking at the potential for the plagues to reintroduce themselves for the last 20-something years or 30 years. Basically, because bacteria are developing very rapidly the ability not to be affected by antibiotics.
Yeah.
And the way we live, that's going to be massive.
Yeah.
When you have multiple antibiotic-resistant bacteria that are causing bad diseases.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kim said, so I got my first one. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I had AstraZeneca, Trish had Pfizer.
Yeah.
So she's going to be finished with her second one in a few
and
weeks.
Of course that doesn't mean that
And
I
won't
get
be until
COVID,
November.
but hopefully I won't get. If I get it, it won't be.
Because you'll kill me.
Yes, that's right, and I won't get it as bad, and all of that. I mean, the whole thing is sad the way it's been handled, but it's not surprising where we are and how capitalism is now, end stage capitalism. Anyway, so we'll end here because it's been going 3 hours and we were just going through those. I've left a link for Max Blumenthal's where we got these excerpts from, and this is from Socialism for All. So we might just play this, and of course you can.
There's a couple of places I might break in.
Oh, you want to break in? Okay.
Once or twice.
All right, that's fine.
Shall I start?
Yeah, sure.
So,
Dede's gonna 2 or 3 places. She's gonna comment on this video, which is from Socialism for All, and then we'll just sign off. So hopefully you find this as interesting as we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So here we go. Yeah.
Welcome to Socialism for All. Today's date is August 6, 2021. And although I've started this video with a joke, there's really nothing funny about what I'm going to say. So enjoy the humor while it lasts. In fact, this is about as serious a video as I've ever made, probably more so than most. By the time you're done with this video, I want you to be thinking really seriously about how you are going to prepare for the coming wave of Delta COVID in the next few weeks, because that's really how long there is left before this turns into a major shit show. For get back to normal, write your plans for the rest of the month in pencil, cross your fingers, and get some supplies, because honestly, it's time to batten down the hatches. The CDC is leading people off of a cliff, and there's really nothing that can be done to stop it right now. Nothing. I mean, it would require mass level national action that's not going to happen. So protect yourself, protect as much of your community as you can, but I think staying, a step or two ahead of this on a 2 or 3 month at a time basis is about the best that we're going to be able to manage. So let's get into why I'm telling you this. I have on the screen a tweet I sent last night. It reads, "Serious warning, Delta variant is about to destroy the USA. By the end of September, the country will be in the grips of a disaster. CDC is leading the USA off of a cliff, needs to mandate double mask, or KN95, or N95, or elastomeric mask, plus distancing, plus staying home, now, before any more ground is lost." What do I mean by ground being lost? Well, back in mid-May, the CDC told people that if they were vaccinated, they could take their masks off and that everybody could stop distancing. This was some of the most irresponsible advice that possibly could have been given, and it was contradicted by the World Health Organization, who got it right that you needed to leave the mask on, okay? So where we are now, just 2.5 months later, is there's a tsunami wave beginning to form, and I don't believe anything is going to stop it. So we're dealing with parts of nature here. You can't really negotiate with them. A virus, it's like damming a river. If you build a sufficient dam, you can stop the water from flowing. If your dam breaks, the water flows again. It's just nature. Well, viruses aren't even really alive in the classic sense. They are genetic material encapsulated in some protein that drifts around the world, occasionally happening upon a suitable host, which it infects, and it reproduces itself, and then maybe it hitches a ride in another host. You can't negotiate with a virus. It's just a fact of nature. You just have to deal with it. And if you don't deal with it, there are very predictable consequences. And if you do deal with it, you can, deal with it with a certain level of confidence. Well, CDC basically just said, let's take the dam down. We're having a drought. Yeah, well, the next time it rains, there's going to be a huge flood. And that's what we're looking at. So let's look at some graphics. Okay, so here we have a map dated July 1st, 2020. This is the CDC's community transmission map for COVID-19. You can get this and a bunch of the other data that we're using in this video at covid.cdc.gov. All right. So what is the community transmission map? This map measures the rate at which COVID is spreading by the amount of infections in a particular area. So what do these colors mean? Blue is low. That is low level of test positivity. What's test positivity? That's what percent of your COVID tests are coming back positive. So this graph depicts that, but it's also not just test positivity, but number of cases per 100,000 people. So the blue is a low level, yellow is moderate, then we have the orange and the red. I believe that the orange is 8 to 10% test positivity, and then red is over 10% test positivity. But it can also be, in the red, 100 cases per 100,000 population. So, you know, because the test positivity can be skewed. If you're only testing sick people or people who you really think are sick, then, or, you know, like are showing symptoms and things like that, you're probably going to get much higher test positivity than you would have in the general population. So that can skew it. But also, you know, counting number of cases per 100,000, that kind of balances it out somewhat. You're using a different metric. So that's important to know about what we're looking at. You know, nevertheless, there are other things that are making it lower than it seems. CDC, for example, stopped counting breakthrough cases. What's a breakthrough case? It's when you're vaccinated, but you get COVID anyway. They stopped counting breakthrough cases that don't result in hospitalizations several months ago. So, you know, for however much people want to say, oh, this is overrepresentative, there's also things skewing it to be underrepresentative as well. So I just want to point that out. Now, anyway, this is the map of July. Let's look at the map for August. Do you see a problem? I see a gigantic problem. This is Delta COVID, all right? This is not original strain COVID anymore. You might as well think of it as a different virus, because it is. I mean, it's a relative of COVID, but it is a significant mutation, which is more dangerous. It is both more virulent, means it produces more serious, severe disease, and it's more transmissible. It hops more easily from person to person, so every person who is infected is more likely to infect more people. All right? So let's go to a chart looking at that. So this is a chart titled Transmission of Delta Variant versus Ancestral Strain, or the original COVID, and Other Infectious Diseases. So the x-axis, left to right, things on the left are less infectious. People who get infected by it are likely to infect fewer people. Things on the right, it spreads faster. Every infected person is likely to infect more people. So you can see the pink box there represents the general range of SARS-2 COVID-19 original strain. Somebody with that was likely to infect 2.5 people, per infection. So it's spread at that rate. That is a little bit worse than the seasonal flu. It's on the upper end of the common cold. It's equivalent to SARS-1 from about 15, 17 years ago. Same rate as Spanish flu on the high end, same rate as polio, and also Ebola. It's more infectious than bird flu, and so on. So then we look at Delta. The range on that is 5 to 9. It's more infectious than smallpox, as infectious as chickenpox, and it's about halfway to measles. So 5 to 9 people is a big step up from 3. So it's several times more infectious. Everybody walking around with Delta is likely to infect many more people than somebody walking around with original COVID. Okay? So it's also more deadly. It's shifted slightly up on the fatality scale. Obviously, it's nowhere near something like an Ebola, but it is more dangerous than original COVID. Now, while we're looking at this chart, I want to follow up on well, what does this mean in terms of trying to contain and deal with COVID so that, human life can persist? Well, I would look at these two things separately. The major tools that we have right now against COVID are the vaccine, masks, social distancing, and staying at home. And then obviously other things like washing hands and things like that. So let's take each one of these individually. The vaccine primarily works on the y-axis, meaning if you get the vaccine, you are far less likely to end up with symptoms at all, and then less likely to have severe symptoms if you do get symptoms. You're less likely to be hospitalized, you're less likely to end up on a respirator, and you're less likely to end up dead. All of those are important things. So get the shot if you don't have any health conditions which preclude you from getting the shot. That way, if you do get Delta and you've been vaccinated, the dice are more in your favor as far as what kind of symptoms you're going to end up with. What the vaccine does is it trains your body to recognize and to fight the spike protein that is on the outside of the COVID wrapper, as it were, and then your body will be prepared ahead of time. If you catch out in the wild, it's grocery store or whatever, you catch Delta, your body is already going to have antibodies. It's already going to have a blueprint for how to attack Delta. So let's look at another graphic related to that. This is a comparison of people who were vaccinated and people who weren't. The red line is people who are unvaccinated. The green line is people who were vaccinated but got a breakthrough case anyway. You can see that the x-axis is time, so it's number of days after infection. You can see that for the first almost a week, like 5, 6 days, the viral load is about the same in vaccinated and unvaccinated people. But then after that, on days like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they start to diverge. So what this means is that while COVID is going to hit both vaccinated and unvaccinated people equally hard in the first few days, vaccinated people will fight it off faster. They will, and that results in a decrease in the viral load in their system. This is
I'm sorry, I'll start again. I've been talking with my mic off. This is the graph I wanted to show you and speak about. In Max's video, he had Fauci talking about this, the fact that the people who have breakthrough cases and the people who are unvaccinated have the same viral load, same kind of viral load in the first few days. And Max was kind of meant that, so there's no difference whatsoever. There is a difference, and you can see it in this graph when you have a longer spread of time, how if you are vaccinated, basically the viral load drops quite significantly. And that means that for vaccinated people, yes, they can spread it as easily to unvaccinated people in the beginning, but the viral load will decrease, meaning they're less likely to spread it, and also they're less likely to be affected themselves anywhere near as badly. Basically, their immune system can kick in and work well. Okay, I'm sorry I had that silent bit.
Can you expand it to get rid of those three things on the side?
No, not without taking the top and the bottom off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go back.
Is again on average, but anything you can do to improve your odds in the situation is a
Might be
good
able to
thing.
expand it a
Get
little
the
bit.
vaccine, because you can see clearly here, if you don't have the vaccine, the body has a much harder time fighting it off, and that's when you're likely to wind up in the hospital or on a respirator while your body is still struggling to get rid of this thing. It's attacking your body and doing damage. So that is pretty clear. Unfortunately, while the vaccine is good for that y-axis, severity of disease symptoms, it's not as good on transmissibility. So looking at, still at this chart of viral load, vaccinated and unvaccinated people for that first 5-6 days are carrying the same amount of virus in their system. And other studies have shown from nasal swabs that vaccinated and unvaccinated people are carrying the same amount of virus in their nose. That means vaccinated people can spread COVID. So on transmissibility, the vaccine, maybe after that first week is going to result in a drop in transmissibility, although by that point you're probably, self-isolating anyway. But in that first week before it really hits you, you're going to be spreading it to other people. There was a big case in Massachusetts on the tip of Cape Cod, big vacation town. There was a huge outbreak of about 500 cases, and 74% of the people who spread it were vaccinated. So clearly this is a big problem. This whole thing of just punching down at people, oh, you didn't get the shot, it's your own fault. Well, you can definitely say that people who didn't get the shot and wound up in the hospital, yeah, there's a good chance they wouldn't have wound up in the hospital. Or significantly lower chance of having wound up in the hospital, had they got that shot. And clogging up the medical system, that's not good. We need to reserve that for people who did protect themselves the best that they could. And you know what? Bad luck, just their system didn't fight COVID well, and through no fault of their own, they wound up in the system. But people arrogantly walking around, I'm not afraid of this virus, and then, please help me, I can't breathe. Well, who's afraid now? Again, it's like those people should get help, but really get the vaccine, because right now hospitals are filling up again. Actually, let's go to that right now, and then I want to come back again to the transmissibility thing. So here's hospitalizations. Not good news. As of August 3rd, just a couple of days ago, 7-day moving average was 7,707 hospitalizations. Look back at the peak in January. It's just a little bit more than double that. So we're at 45% of the peak. Okay, and we're going to look at total cases in a minute on another graphic. But you can see when I say that there's a tsunami wave mounting, look at the chart. Mid-May, it was going down. CDC was like, hey, everybody, take your masks off if you're vaccinated. But then we know that everyone took their masks off because it was a huge struggle to get people to wear masks in the first place. The minute people weren't being strictly enforced on that, they took all the masks off. So now nobody's wearing a mask. And we know that only about 51% of people are fully vaccinated, yet 99% of people aren't wearing masks. So that's a massive public health failure right there. And it was totally predictable and avoidable. Anyway, hospitalizations. We're at about 45% of the peak. So in other words, where were we last at this level of hospitalizations? Well, in February, but then the curve was going down. When was the last time that the curve was at this point, but it was going up? Back in November. So literally through, this CDC irresponsible advice, we have been set back over 6 months of progress. And who knows where the peak is going to end up this time. All right. But I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. So we were talking about vaccines and that they greatly reduce the severity of the disease. And that's great. So get the shot. But as far as that transmissibility, why I am hammering so hard on the CDC is because masks work and distancing works and stay at home works. Obviously, also the washing the hands and don't touch your face and all that kind of stuff. But those are personal behaviors. As far as social interactions, masks, distancing, stay-at-home orders when things get crazy, those are needed. And the CDC, you know, people rightfully came down on Trump for doing things like telling Florida not to report their COVID numbers to the CDC, allegedly, for example. Or I don't know if that's been even confirmed by now. That was bad. But what Biden's doing, you know, to me, it's analogous to like climate change. The Democrats are like, we believe in science. And okay, great. I believe in science too. Science is great. But really, they say that and they'll pay lip service to the problem. But because they are as beholden to capital as the Republicans are, then they wind up doing a lot of the same stuff in practice. So they will talk a good game about climate change, climate emergency. But then what do? It's lip service. It's things around the edges. Well, same thing in this case. The Democrats just have their own brand of COVID denial, which amounts to get the shot and then live life as normal. Well, that's not evidence-based. It's absolutely not. Yes, you get the shot, you have lower odds of bad effects, but it's still going to happen to some people that it wouldn't be happening if we just left the damn masks on, for example. So let's talk about masks and transmissibility. I'm going to come back to vaccines and transmissibility and show you why that's not great. But let's talk about transmission and masks. So here's another graphic. This is mean cumulative exposure. This is to the number of particles, infectious particles, for various combinations of no mask, double mask, and unknotted and knotted tucked medical procedure masks. So we have three types of masks considered: an unknotted medical procedure mask. Then at the bottom, the knotted and tucked medical procedure mask. What is that, you ask? Well, basically those surgical type masks, the medical procedure masks, you can either wear them as is, that is the unknotted kind. But as you know, they tend to have gaps at the sides and also at the top. Well, there's a process, you can look it up online, knotting and tucking it, where you tie a knot in the ear flaps or like the ear loop thing so that the sides are more closed. And basically it, gets tucked and it forms a tighter seal around your mouth and nose. And it winds up being more like a KN95 mask. There's, because as you breathe in and out, the idea is that you want the air to go through the mask, not around it. So the fewer, the more snug it is, the fewer gaps you have, that's less space for air to go around the mask and in your mouth unfiltered. That's what we don't want. So you can see there, comparing the unknotted mask to the knotted and tucked mask, well, if the gray line with the hash slashes in it, that's if both people are not wearing masks. So forget about that for a second. But compare the light blue line, the medium blue line, and then the dark line, the dark blue line. So
Okay, I wanted to interrupt here just briefly. This is a great little thing, but I wanted to point out that he's marked source masked here. And what I was saying, what I was saying was that here he has where the source is masked, there's less transmission than when the the source is unmasked and the other person has a mask on. So if you wear a mask and somebody has COVID, you're this light blue line. And you are slightly less likely to get it than if you're wearing no masks. If you are the person with COVID, you're this, and the other person has no mask, you are this darker line, and you significantly reduce the chance of that unmasked person getting COVID. When you wear a mask properly, knotted or whatever, you reduce the chance of getting it and of giving it. And of course, the best thing is if you are double masked. And of course, if both people are wearing masks, you can see, the chances of transmission are actually quite low. Okay, I just wanted to make that point about the fact that wearing a mask is really to prevent the other person from getting COVID. Wearing a mask, the light blue line, if they have COVID, doesn't actually prevent you from getting much COVID if they have no mask. Okay, you'd have to just be very, very careful with your cleanliness and distancing. Okay, of course it does help a little bit. Here we go, back to the thing.
On the unknotted mask, the light blue line is if the infected person, the source, is not wearing a mask, but the receiver, the person trying not to get infected, is wearing a mask, and that's an unknotted one. Well, basically, your odds are slightly lower, or your exposure is slightly lower than if you weren't wearing a mask at all, but not really by much. But then compare that to a knotted and tucked mask. It drops down to less than half. So that gives you like 60% more coverage if you knot and tuck the mask. And that's if you're wearing a mask, but you're around people who aren't. All right. And then, they're putting viral particles into the air. You're going to get exposed to a lot less. Okay. So knot and tuck. If you do have one of those things, knot and tuck your masks. I will put a link to a video showing you how to do that. So what's even better than that? Well, double masking. Again, sticking with the light blue line, that's the source doesn't have a mask, but you're protecting yourself as a receiver. You're wearing a mask. Well, that's going to cut it in half even further. So you're getting like a 6-fold decrease in your exposure over not wearing a mask or wearing an unknotted medical procedure mask. And it's even twice as good as wearing a knotted and tucked mask is if you double mask. So that's really good also. Now, looking at the medium blue lines, that is if the source is wearing a mask, but the receiver isn't. So this is where you would wear a mask to be conscientious about not spreading it to people. Well, that is actually pretty good for not spreading it. So again, compared to the line, the light line above in the top one, the unknotted mask. So you wearing an unknotted mask, that's going to cut things almost in half, not quite. So really, wear the mask. It means you're even an unknotted medical procedure mask. You can see versus no mask. You're cutting it down by like 40% as far as what you're putting in the air. Now, even better than that would be knotting and tucking the mask. Then you're going to be cutting it down by more than half, like 60, 65%. And then, of course, the best thing to do is double mask, and you're going to be putting way less out into the air. Then, on the dark blue line, we look at the scenario where everybody's wearing a mask. Both the source and the receiver is wearing a mask. Well, even if everybody's just wearing the unknotted medical procedure mask with the loose ends on the sides, if everyone wears that, you go down to actually better efficacy than just one person wearing a double mask, whether it's the source or the receiver. So that's why I say the CDC, it's the height of your responsibility telling people to take masks off. Because if everybody even wears a shitty mask, your odds are better than just one person wearing a mask. And then, of course, if everyone is wearing a double mask or everyone's wearing a knotted tucked mask, you can see how far the exposure goes down. It's like less than 10% of what it would be if you weren't wearing a mask. That's what we want. That's phenomenal. And that's how you end COVID. That's how you turn it into a drip, okay? They're not recommending that. CDC is now starting to say, oh, if you're in a high COVID area, you should wear a mask indoors, and if you're not, you can think about it. No. You're getting people killed. You're perpetuating this disease. And the fact is, again, remember that, Delta is highly infectious, and it jumps from person to person much more easily. 5 to 9 people per infection also get infected. You just don't have the luxury of letting it spread, because that exponential spread is going to get totally out of control, and it's going to cross a number of thresholds where it's going to really impair societal and economic functioning. Okay? So this could be the final nail in the coffin of an already very troubled, U.S. Western system. Now, because the left is not super organized, we're, at the beginning of our efforts to try to do that. That means that I would say the U.S. left is not really prepared to pick up the slack, and we're going to get, nailed by this tsunami just like everyone else. That's why I'm trying to tell you all this at least a few weeks in advance so you can do what you can. Get your masks, get N95s, get KN95s. If you have to wear one of those little surgical masks, not and tuck it, please protect yourself. We need socialists to stay in good health and survive this thing. I mean, catching COVID is really not good. Even if you don't die, you can have all kinds of problems like chronic pain, mental fog. Actually, here's a graphic. This is showing cognitive deficits in people with suspected and confirmed COVID-19 illness. And it's showing different possibilities. So different scenarios. Symptoms, but without respiratory symptoms. That's the one all the way on the left. Decrease in IQ. That is what the gray bar shows. The next one, having respiratory symptoms from a COVID infection and no assistance. You're at home. In other words, you don't need assistance. So COVID with respiratory symptoms, even if you don't need help or to go to a hospital, cognitive deficit greater than without the respiratory symptoms. The next one, respiratory symptoms, and you're not hospitalized, but you do need medical assistance, greater cognitive deficit. Then you went to the hospital, so you were hospitalized, but you didn't need a ventilator, much larger cognitive deficit. And then you went to the hospital and you needed a ventilator, about 7 IQ points dropped. So we're talking about physical symptoms, we're talking about mental symptoms. Symptoms of anxiety and depression have been shown to be worse in people who have had COVID. That can be for many reasons, but the bottom line is that it's there. So, transmissibility. We need to combat the transmissibility of Delta. We do that through masks. If everyone was wearing masks, there would be way fewer cases. This explosion in cases is the fault of Biden's CDC. It's that simple. They had not told people to take the masks off, it wouldn't be at this level. All right? Yeah, they wanted to celebrate that they had exterminated original COVID. 90% of cases are Delta, 10% are original COVID. That would still be, a concern. But yeah, you have gotten it under control, but not Delta. So let's look at another graphic. This is a tweet from Eric Feigl Ding. I love this guy. He's at DRERICDING on Twitter. Go follow him. I agree with pretty much everything he says. Doing great, very critical work in epidemiology. So these are data from Israel, Ministry of Health. Released another vaccine efficacy update due to Delta variant. And what was originally thought to be 93% or 94% efficacy from the Pfizer vaccine, turns out the metaphor I would use here is like a water-resistant watch. Your watch says water-resistant, not waterproof. So you can wash your hands, you can go out in the rain, you can do a few things, and hey, getting a little water on it, you're probably fine. You don't want to take your water-resistant watch deep sea diving, okay? You're hundreds of feet below the surface. There's a lot of pressure. You're just totally submerging it in high-pressure water. Yeah, it's not necessarily going to hold up as well. Well, it's the same thing with the vaccines. It creates COVID-resistant people with lower odds of, symptoms and lower odds of hospitalization, lower odds of needing a respirator, lower odds of death. But they're finding that when you take the approach that the Democratic Party basically is pushing, which is step 1, get the shot, step 2, stop doing everything else, and step 3, blame the unvaccinated for everything. Yeah, that's not accurate, okay? Because you're not doing anything really to stop transmission. The vaccines don't really stop transmission. That's what masks and distancing and stay-at-home orders do. So you're walking around with the vaccine in a high Delta variant environment where you're likely bumping into it all the time. Again, in our metaphor, this is equivalent to taking your water-resistant watch deep sea diving. Well, how does it hold up? Only 39% effective for infection. So you're more likely than not, you're 61% likely to, get infected on exposure. So not good. And then once you get infected, what are your odds of developing symptoms? Well, the vaccine gives you about 40% protection against symptomatic cases. So basically there, if you get it, you're more likely than not to have symptoms. And as we, looking at that cognitive deficits graphic, we know that having a symptomatic case, of any severity is associated with cognitive deficit. Even if it's small, those are IQ points you didn't need to lose. You lost them because of this, period. And then 88% for hospitalization. Well, that's, 12% is about 1 in 9, okay? And then 91% protection against ICU, low oxygen, or death. That's 1 in 11. So that's the waning efficacy. This is dropping and dropping. This is the approach the Democrats are taking. It's no wonder that that August chart looks the way that it did. So, yes, vaccines give you some protection against severity, although it appears to be dropping, in this current environment. And again, it's not really helping with transmissibility because vaccinated people can transmit. So that's why we look at things like this LA Times story. California healthcare workers must be vaccinated by the end of September. Yeah, by the end of September, forget about it. This is too little too late in the extreme. You needed to do something last month to even hope to beat this thing. And end of September, we're going to be, if we're not in, nationwide shutdown by the end of September, I will be surprised. If one isn't warranted, at least. Look at the curve. So let's go back to the curve. I showed you the hospitalizations chart. Here's the actual curve of daily trends in the number of COVID-19 cases in the United States reported to the CDC. It's very similar to the hospitalizations graph. It's a little bit of a better picture, although CDC stopped counting breakthrough cases that don't result in hospitalizations. So, as I mentioned, these numbers aren't perfect. Also, there's not widespread testing going on right now. Why? Because all the travel restrictions have been lifted. So people aren't getting tests as often because they don't need tests to do things as much. So we don't really know. But even just from what we do know, here's the picture. Well, we're currently experiencing the biggest peak since that November to January peak. There have been other peaks, 3 other peaks, 5 total, and this is number 2, and it's just growing because, like I said before, the virus is just a force of nature. It moves in some very predictable ways. When it mutates, that's one thing, then it becomes something else, then you got to learn what the laws of that are. But we know the laws of original COVID, we know the laws mostly of, Delta, how many people it's likely to infect, how to slow down transmission, and what you can expect in the absence of those measures. Well, what you can expect in the absence of those measures is exactly what I was talking about in that video back in May when CDC said take the masks off. They coast for a little while, and then not much later, it starts to spread again, and it goes exponentially. So again, the last time, just like the hospitalizations curve, the last time we were here was November. So that's how much it set us back. Now, as far as, why this video is such a serious issue, if you think that last year was bad, and it was, what we're heading into looks like it's going to be much worse. Because that curve last year, like I said, it was going down. At this time last year, the curve was going down. COVID was being reined in because of all the measures that were being taken. Well, now it's going up. So when people really start going back indoors, September, October, November, depending on, the climate where you live, what we can expect from last year, we have data on this, is the curve is going to go up because people are inside, they're in recycled air, the virus is not getting blown away into the atmosphere where it can, maybe land on a tree and just sort of expire. It's going from person to person inside in unfiltered indoor air. And that's when you get a gigantic spike. Also, people's health tends to be at its worst in November, December, January. The most people die in December and January out of any months. People are just at their weakest. It's the least sunlight, least fresh air, and it's cold. Your body's under strain. So we've got a curve now that's mimicking last November, even before all that. This is the healthiest time of year. People are getting their most fresh air, their most sunlight. People are happiest. Their bodies are under the least stress from the cold. And yet this is going. You want to add indoor air into this? What do you think that's going to do? So when I say that this is fairly predictable, this is what I'm talking about. You just got to ask the right questions. So in the absence of measures to halt the transmission, you can expect explosive exponential growth. So these things about, oh, New York's going to require people in mid-September to show proof of vaccination. You're not doing anything really to stop the spread of this thing. You're maybe doing something to lower the amount of people ending up in the hospital. Great. Okay, that's less likely to clog up your hospital system unnecessarily. But again, it's not going to stop this thing from exploding, or it's going to have minimal effects, at least compared to other tools which are available to you. So anyway, that's the presentation for now. Real cause for concern. And I'm going to go back to the July versus August. You look at that growth rate, and and again, you look at the graph of the curve. Where's it headed? What's it going to be like in 3 weeks? Well, if the CDC doesn't dramatically change course, and I suspect that they are not, and this is also down to states and things like that as well. If something major on the order of what was done last year is not put into place immediately, and it might already be too late even, with just how much Delta is out there right now. Like, it's already spread. If this were a house fire, the fire is already bigger than you have water to put it out. Okay? If you had put the thing out when it was small, you would have had enough fire extinguisher to put the thing out. Now, it's like, a raging inferno, and you've got 3 fire extinguishers. It's just not enough. So it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. It can get better, but, again, you're dealing with a force of nature. It does not, it cannot be reasoned with. We can't just offer it something and have it stop. And I don't, so to get political for a minute, I got political a little bit before. Why are they doing this? Well, we went through a terrible turn last year with the economy. Profits dried up. Many small and medium businesses went out of business. I mean, you just drive around, the amount of, for lease signs anywhere is really spectacular. So if they hadn't been open this summer as they were, who knows how many more businesses would have closed, etc. But I'll tell you, they want to keep pretending that the eye of the storm is the end of the storm, and it just isn't. It doesn't work that way. And Rochelle Walensky, the head of the CDC, she was a good COVID warrior at the beginning of this. And then they got the directions at some point that said, hey, wrap it up, back to normal. And it's not an evidence-based position. It's a business-based decision. That's the environment that we're living in. So as far as the eviction moratorium ran out, and right now the enhanced pandemic benefits, the unemployment benefits, are set to run out in another month. beginning of September. And in fact, half the states have already probably illegally cut them in an effort to, quote, end the labor shortage, force people back to work. I mean, they're doing this at a time when, like I said, there's a tsunami wave building and it's going to crash on the shore within a month. I mean, 6 weeks tops. I look at that curve. Look at those charts, the map of the rate exploding. Just do a little bit of extrapolation. And this is on the CDC's website. They see this as clearly as you and I do. And they're just letting it happen. That means somebody else is in the driver's seat, let me tell you. Capital, big business, money, they are in the driver's seat here. This isn't about public health. This is about saving their system, their profits. So, I don't know. I'm coming to the end of the video here. My suggestions are double your frequency of shopping trips and double your purchase of durable staples. Toilet paper, rice, beans, cooking oil, canned and frozen stuff to the amount that you can store it. Don't engage in hoarding because that can set off panics. And it only takes 1 or 2 people to set that off. Because if 1 or 2 people see a couple of people stocking up and like walking out with 20 of something, they start to worry, oh, well, when I need it, it might not be there. Even if there's not a real shortage, somebody could just clean it out. I should go get a bunch. And then, demand starts really outstripping supply. You wind up with a shortage, then it makes the news, it goes viral, etc. So start quietly stocking up. Like I said, just get 2 of things. But, go twice a week and get yourself a little bit of a stockpile. I don't think this is going to be like Mad Max, but, things got a little weird last year with like peanut butter and stuff like that. Do what you can. Get stuff that's on sale, do what you can. But I would make a little stockpile at home. Don't hoard. But try to get 2 or 3 months ahead of things. That's about the best advice I can give you. If there's mutual aid networks in your area, get involved with them, or, left parties, like whatever the useful organizations in your area are that aren't just about posturing and drama. Like, get involved with those. Do whatever you can. It's about actually working people helping working people. If we are able to take power at some point, so much the better. In the short term, we need to help each other survive in an environment that is as harsh as this one. So anyway, I'm trying to think if there's anything I left out, but I think that that's about it. I was all set to get back to audiobooks, and then I saw some of this data, and I was just like, oh my God. I feel like right now, this is really a really urgent, pressing emergency issue. I don't know if I'm going to be, doing daily COVID updates. I think that that's really overload. I'll do the audiobooks that I can. I really feel like, though, for at least the remainder of this month, the focus needs to be on COVID. We had done S4I Community Project #1. If you're doing a chapter for that, get it in. We already have several chapters, and the playlist is growing. That's great. But and I probably will upload some more commentary and some more critiques and things like that, and some audiobooks in the meantime. But a lot of my energy right now is going to looking at this COVID thing because, again, I think September is going to get canceled. If not September, then October. And people are not going to be happy about it. But I'll tell you what, Delta is 2 or 3 times worse easily than original COVID. And I think at some point, even the people who just try to deny reality, because it hasn't happened to them yet, I think even a lot more of them are going to start getting the message. But, I mentioned climate emergency before. This is a little bit of a dress rehearsal, I think, for what we're going to be going through with that 10, 20 years from now. Because, you have the very blatant denial by Republicans, and then you have the more nuanced denial by Democrats. But neither one of them results in effective action. So what does it matter if Democrats know some of the more advanced slogans and phrasing and terms to use to placate some of the more advanced workers that they can pick off, looking at AOC and things like that? It doesn't matter because none of it results in effective action. So I'm going to end this video with, a sentiment I have put out on this channel often. The fundamental task of the U.S. left in the 2020s is to break with the Democratic Party and establish independent organizations capable of seriously challenging and taking power. We need to break from the Democratic Party because, and this COVID response is case in point. By the way, Biden, not looking good. If he croaks just of natural causes because he's super old and doesn't look in good health, his VP, Kamala Harris, right now is net unfavorable. Her unfavorability is higher than her favorability. You're talking about a party that just is deeply unpopular, doesn't do what people want, is owned by big money, and, is leading us off a cliff. This crisis is case in point, but there are many others as well, where the Democrats, they can claim to be 5% better than the Republicans, but if being 5% better than the Republicans still results in falling far, far, far short of meeting the moment in even a way that meets the bare minimum of the moment, then what's the point? What's the point? We have nothing to lose at this point. Break away. So on that note, I'm going to thank you all for listening. Feel free to leave comments and questions down below. Thanks also to the current patrons whose names are on the screen. If you'd like to get your name on the screen, head to patreon.com/socialismforall. The contributions are very encouraging. They also do help materially. I really appreciate that. If donations aren't your thing right now, completely understandable. If you want to help out, follow on Twitter, subscribe to the channel, leave a like and a comment for the algorithm, and anywhere that you can spread this video is appreciated, particularly if you're on Facebook. Spread it into some left-wing Facebook groups. There's a lot of, thousands of people you can reach with that, and I'm no longer.
Okay, I'm going to stop there. And Socialism for All is a good channel.
I don't know if it's a good channel. I just know
Well,
the video is good.
this is a good video. Anyway, hang on, Trish, he can't hear you, I don't think. There. Go, you can talk now.
Yeah. Anyway,
Trish is saying she doesn't know if this is a good
yeah,
channel.
I haven't seen any. I think I've probably seen one
This
other
is
video,
good.
but he seems like he's an intelligent commenter. So
Yeah.
anyway, but anyhow, so thanks so much for dropping by. For those who just came in on the end, we were passing a video and discussing a video by Max Blumenthal on Rockfin behind a paywall about COVID. And so, you might find those excerpts and the discussion after that interesting. And I know it went on for a long time. We didn't expect it to go on for almost 4 hours, but that's how our videos
That's how
tend
it
to be.
goes. Yeah.
Anyway, excuse me. Oh, hi, Dawn. How are you? Oh, we're just
Hi,
about to leave. Yeah, we've been going for about 4 hours now.
Yeah.
Anyway, good to see you. And
Yeah.
Anyway, you can always just listen to it while you're cleaning the house or going
Whatever.
for a walk or
Yeah.
something. So anyway, thanks so much for dropping by and
I had a few things to
sticking with
say.
it.
Yeah.
And what's that?
I had a few things to say.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay,
yeah.
go for it, Dede.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, we gave two very different approaches. I think I'm not sure that Socialism for All's view are not more apocalyptic than the situation actually is. But I don't think he's probably off by too much.
No.
I do think, anybody looking at the curves in England where they've released the regulations and lockdowns and so on can see the spike there. It has come down some, but there's still huge levels of hospitalization and so on.
Yeah.
And they did it at a point where they already had a lot of people vaccinated, many more so than in the U.S. And for the U.S. to think that they can do the same thing is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be disastrous for people.
Yeah.
Plus, the UK has a public health system. It has all various forms of social support, and so on.
Yeah.
And even there, the situation, the decision to do it was made by Boris Johnson, who really didn't give a shit about how many people died.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I would certainly take this to heart and make sure that you practice your public health measures.
Yeah.
Get vaccinated as soon as you can, if you can.
Yeah.
Of course, be wise.
Because it's not going to get any better.
It's not going to get better.
No, and it starts to become a little bit of a no-brainer, really.
And as they start, as people start not wanting to do lockdowns.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, one of the things I'm amazed at is looking at all these pictures. That there was a bit in Max's video where there was some guy, trying to get
people to
sign a petition saying people who weren't vaxxing should be locked up.
Yeah.
And nearly every single person was not wearing a mask.
Yeah,
and they were
it
just
was funny.
walking right up to each other and stuff like that. And it's kind of ridiculous.
Yes.
And I'm not sure where people's brains are at.
No.
But that's just, crazy, really. It is, it betrays a deep misunderstanding of basic science and biology.
Yeah.
And
it's
Max
an atomized society is what it is.
Yeah.
There's just too many. It's almost like 50 countries in one country.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All functioning in a different way.
Well, more than that, it's like millions and millions of individuals all wanting
that's
to be
even worse.
totally individual.
Yes, it's not the Borg, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, of course you don't want the Borg either, but you know what I mean. They're not working together.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should go now. So
okay.
Thank
Stay
you so
safe,
much.
everyone. I'm glad to hear so many of you have gotten
and nice to see
vaccinated.
you, Dawn, even if it was only for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
So thanks so much for watching, and Dede's going to sign off for us
nice
now.
to see Chris. I'm just going to say goodbye now.
Yeah, much love to everybody. Keep
finish.
safe. Bye for now.
Okay. Bye. Stay safe. Stay healthy.